for the students to provide them with more skills that the students need later on.
Program Studi Sastra Inggris or English Literature Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is going to be outstanding and internationally reputable in the field of literature, linguistics, and translation. Currently, the study program has been nationally accredited with a recognition. The study program has an encouraging academic environment and administrative supports which create an ideal place to excel at what you want to learn and study. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English literature, linguistics, and translation with real chance and opportunity for you to be writers, journalists, editors, translators, interpreters, linguists, and other kinds of professions with excellence in expertise.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. The lecturers here are indeed young, energetic, efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. The lecturers have an enviable ability to hold the audience enthralled through frequent changes of pace, humor, and fascinating asides on history. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting but also online classroom. The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English Department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshops and seminars. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen a lecturer having such a following. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
working as a translator and interpreter at the National Cyber and Crypto Agency here in Jakarta. And the courses that I took at UNES are still relevant up until now to the job that I'm currently doing, such as the comprehensive knowledge of English language and basic translation and interpreting, and also public speaking, as I do more interpreting tasks that require me to talk in front of people.
Pak Rektor
And
sudah
I
rapi, Bu?
think there are several courses that might
Ya,
be
mungkin dimulai
valuable
saja.
to be
Ya,
added to the
baik.
curriculum, especially for the students who wish to pursue a career as a translator or interpreter in the future, such as the translation and technology and media analysis.
I'm working as a full-time journalist in bola.com. It's a sports news portal, a member of Kapan Lagi Universe, a group of MTech. Of course, I've tried so many jobs. I also worked as a marketing support in sales and marketing division, and then content writer, social media staff. Yeah, my job was to manage multimedia and thingy. But now I'm a sport journalist precisely. If I'm not mistaken, I got many basic courses from listening, reading, writing, of course, and then speaking, and they gradually level up into intermediate and so on. So I can simply say yes, it did help me improve my English skill, and it is really helpful, especially the writing course, because my job is writing. I write like every single day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We welcome Director of Universitas Negeri Semarang, and we will start the opening ceremony really soon. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang and all top management, the Honorable of the Dean of Faculty of Languages and Arts, the Honorable all Vice Deans of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, the Honorable all heads of English, the Honorable all heads of departments in Faculty of Languages and Arts, especially the head of English department, and also our chair of committee, Professor Rudi Hartono, all invited speakers, distinguished guests, and all participants. We welcome you to the 10th UNES Virtual International Conference on English Language Teaching, Literature, and Translations. We will have this conference for 2 days, from today, August 14, to the August 15, tomorrow. We welcome also our plenary speakers, Mr. Darren Doyle, PhD, Associate Professor Suyan Syah, Associate Professor Napak Onsritan, Professor Januarius Mujianto, Professor Dr. Dwi Rukmini, and also Mrs. Gretchen Pepesian, PhD, Professor Dr. Abdurrahman Faridi, Associate Professor Haslina Harun, and our own chair, who also will become the plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Rudi Hartono. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the occasions, let us all hear the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Please all rise. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, to this conference, we would like to invite our chair of the committee, Professor Dr. Rudi Hartono, to deliver a speech. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Gerindra. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today on the 10th English Language Teaching, Literature and Translation International Conference 2021. With its main theme, challenges and opportunities of ELT, English Language Teaching, Translation and Literature in post-pandemic. This is the second conference in the history of ELT is completely conducted on a digital platform in line with the social distancing norms due to COVID-19 pandemic. As the chairperson of the conference, I would like to express my gratitude to all plenary speakers. And here, the speakers, Darren Doyle, PhD from Central Michigan University, Grayson Papazian, PhD from Central Michigan University, and then Associate Professor Suyansa from University Malaysia Sabah, Associate Nafkon Sritakan, Raja Manggala University Technology Insan, and Associate Professor Hasrina Harun from University Sains Malaysia. Also, as this year is special, we also would like to send our gratitude to our professors for taking part as plenary speakers of the conference, Professor Januarius Mujianto, Professor Dr. Wirukmini, and Professor Abdurrahman Faride. I also welcome all speakers from many universities in Indonesia and some from other countries to share their knowledge and experiences in this conference. The objectives of the 10 ELTLT this year are to exchange and share ideas as well as research findings from all presenters. Also, it provides the interdisciplinary forum for those involved to present and discuss the most recent innovation, trends, concerns, practical challenges, and then solution adopted in the field of English language teaching, literature, and translation. On behalf of the organizing committee, we express our thanks to Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman M.Hum as Director of UNES, and then Dr. Sri Rejeki Urip M.Hum as the Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts for their support. I would like to thank and acknowledge all delegates and the support team who have worked hard to make this conference truly successful. And I request all delegates and participants to take part in all activities that we have come up with for the next 2 days. I wish everyone a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Rudi. And then after this is also the welcoming remarks from our Dean of Faculty of Languages and Arts, Dr. Sri Rejeki Urip M.Hum. For Ibu Dekan, please, the time is yours.
Thank you, the MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
The Honorable Director of Universitas Negeri Semarang, Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman M.Hum, I personally would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Rector for being able to come to this conference despite your tight professional activities today. The Honorable Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, for Finance and Human Resources, and for Student Affairs, the Honorable Head of English Department, the Honorable Head of Departments of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, the Chair of ELT Committee, the English Department Professor, Professor Rudi Hartono, Professor Januarius Mujianto, Professor Dwi Rukmini, Professor Abdurrahman Faridi. All invited and distinguished speakers, Darren Doyle, PhD from Central Michigan University, USA, Gretchen Papazian, PhD from Central Michigan University, USA. Associate Professor Suyang Shah from Universitas Malaysia, Sabah. Associate Professor Napaon Sitakan from Raja Manggala University of Technology, Isan, Thailand. Associate Professor Hasrina Harun from University Sains Malaysia, and all wonderful presenters and participants. Good morning. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin. We are grateful today, we are all in good health and have gathered here to attend the 10th UNES virtual conference on English language teaching, literature, and translation, or ELTLT. Welcome to UNES to the distinguished invited speakers from the USA, Thailand, Malaysia, and the UNES Professor of English Language. As the Dean of Languages and Arts Faculty, I'm proud to have this annual international conference. It is more than a year that we had to adapt for the COVID-19 pandemic situation. With the spread of the virus, we educators have to adjust ourselves to the new normal, especially dealing with online teaching and learning. That is why I gave my full support to the committee to lead the discussion about the challenges and opportunities of English language teaching, translation, and literature in the post-pandemic era. Two presenters at the parallel session, it's a great honor to be chosen for this conference, as this is a kind of achievement. Therefore, I congratulate the presenter who have been selected by the organizing committee. I also appreciate the hard work of the reviewers who have chosen the successful presenters. Not everyone interested in the chosen topic would attend this conference, so the post-conference proceeding will present wider audience issues related to the topic. The proceedings are also proof that the contribution of presenters are valued. I also would like to offer my congratulations and appreciation to the organizing committee who have been working to prepare the conference, and to all keynote speakers, featured speakers, presenters, and participants for such an impressive conference. We hope that this ELTLT conference will create a strong bond amongst academics, especially those with expertise in English language teaching, literature, and translation. Finally, I wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Air tentu.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Dekan. That's such a good speech. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's the time that we've been waiting for, which is the welcoming remarks from our Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang, Profesor Dr. Fatur Rahman M. Hum. Bapak Rektor, monggo juga berkenan untuk membuka secara resmi kegiatan pada pagi hari ini. Mohon maaf. Monggo kepada Bapak Rektor, kami persilahkan. Please welcome our Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang.
Oke, thank you. Terima kasih Mbak Gerinda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi, semangat pagi. Semoga berkah dalam setiap langkah. The Honorable all plenary speaker, the Honorable all speaker and participant in this international conference on English language teaching, literature, and translation, the Honorable Dean and Vice Dean, all of lecture and participant. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and Mercy that we could assemble in this occasional meeting. This morning, Prof. Rudy called me to open this event. Incidentally, I haven't read the letter, so I'm sorry I didn't give the speech about the explanation of the topic. I would like to say welcome first, and secondly, appreciation for this seminar. On behalf of Universitas Negeri Semarang, allow me, Rector of UNES, take great pleasure in welcoming you all. I would like to say thank you very much for your appreciation, especially for plenary speaker from overseas and from Indonesia to give insight about English language teaching, literature, and translation. I believe that this UNES Virtual International Conference will give benefit for us to improve our literacy and education. I would like to introduce the vision of UNES to be a university with conservation insight and international reputation. UNES has spirit as a house of knowledge. Here we always build our campus to develop civilization in producing quality to human resources in various fields in order to make better life. UNES is known as a university which continuously strive for achievement. The second, I will give the appreciation for this international seminar, that this international seminar is relevant for the spirit of UNES to be a house of science. So we must develop our literacy, we must develop our competence, and we must develop our collaboration with abroad to make better life, especially based on knowledge, based on science. So every activity in UNES, like education, research, and social self, based on knowledge, based on science, not in imagination, but based on science. So when we want to improve the education in language teaching, literature, and translation, and to improve the research in language teaching, literature, and translation, must spend on knowledge. We improve our knowledge by the research and by the innovation, and must all of the knowledge and our activity give benefit for human to make better life. So it is the benefit. And then the vision of UNES to be reputation in international reputation based on good collaboration by language, by knowledge, by education, by research. So we must improve the knowledge by this international conference to make the good collaboration. So I would like to give a good appreciation, especially for Prof. Rudy, that have consistent to improve the translation. This is a good field by us to improve the development of English language teaching. And the last, I would like to officially open this international seminar, the 10th ELT conference. May Allah, the Almighty, bless us and make this conference successful. Have a nice conference and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you,
Pak
Pak Rektor.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, that our occasions has been opened formally by the rector, so we will start the main occasions right after these sessions. So I would like to thank Bapak Rektor and also Ibu Dekan and Bapak Wakil Dekan and also Ketua Jurusan di lingkungan Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni. So we will be very happy if you all can stay here in this platform because we have 9 outstanding speakers in this conference. But if you have any other schedule, and then we also will be pleased if you can just follow us in our YouTube account. So thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor, Bu Dekan, semuanya sudah rawuh di acara ini.
Mohon izin ya, jam 9 ada diaspora internasional.
Mangga Ibu.
Seminar ya. Assalamualaikum Pak Rudi, Bapak Ibu semua.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Tommy dan semuanya dari fakultas sudah hadir.
Mohon izin Bu Dekan, Pak Rudi, pukul 9 ada kegiatan. Sukses. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Eko juga ya.
Okay, Bapak Ibu. So after this is our first plenary sessions with Mr. Darren Doyle, PhD. However, would like to present you our house rules prior the agenda. So here is the house rules that we also have sent to you to your email, which is a set of rules that we create to make sure that all the event can all agenda in the event can run smooth. Okay, the first is the first is that we will record the whole conference event and also live stream it in the YouTube. So by attending this conference, you acknowledge that your image and comments may be recorded and rebroadcasted. And also during the sessions, we hope all participants mute the microphone, because it might disturb other participants if your microphone is not muted. The next is for the naming system that we use here. So you can just write down your breakout room and also underscore your name. So for example, you are in room 1, you can just write R1, or let's say, for example, only 01 or number 1, it's also okay. So we can assign you to the breakout room right after the plenary session too. And if you like to see other speakers from other parallel sessions, you can just rename yourself, your account, into the room that you wish to attend. You can also choose manually from your own account to which breakout room you wish to attend. We also will open the breakout room to you, so you can choose the room that you want. And then the next rule is that to use the raise hand features from your Zoom before raising a question and answers directly. But if you like to deliver your questions in a chat room in a form of written text, it's also okay. Whenever you are having your questions, just please write down in the chat box and the moderator will choose the questions to be read. Next is for the chat box is only for the questions, so you do not need to write down your presence in the chat box, because we will only share the attendance list, the attendance form in the form of Google form only for the participants. For the parallel presenters, we will have no attendance list form. So we will just record your presence manually from your Zoom presence. So we will have no link for attendance list except only for the participant. Next, we will start the sessions very soon. The first plenary sessions will be with Mr. Darren Doyle, PhD, and then after that, for the second plenary sessions will be with Associate Professor Suyan Syah and also Professor Dwi Rukmini. So we will have no break for a coffee break. So if you want to take a sip of a coffee or you want to like relax for yourself, you can just manage it yourself. So we will have no coffee break except for lunch break. So right now, as the moderator has been here, so I will give the time to our moderator here, Ibu Dr. Rahayu Puji Haryanti. Bu Yayu, are you here with us?
Yes, Bu Grindra, I'm here already. And is Dr. Darren Doyle here already? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Doyle. Okay, yes, thank you, Madam MC, Ms. Grindra. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And good evening, Dr. Doyle. Yes, must be evening now in United States of America. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to lead the very first session of this year's English Language Teaching, Literature and Translation Conference, ELTLT, presenting one of our keynote speakers, Professor Darren Doyle. Before we start the discussion, allow me to read his short biography. Dr. Darren Doyle is a professor of English Creative Writing, Department of English Language and Literature, Central Michigan University, United States of America. He got his PhD in English Literature and Creative Writing from the University of Cincinnati in 2006, and his Master's of Fine Arts in Creative Writing from Western Michigan University, 1999. And his Bachelor of Arts is from Western Michigan University in 1996. His achievement includes some scholarship for his writings and publications, among others for his writings and publication of 6 novels and story collections in 2009, 2010, 2018, and this year, 2021, he wrote The Beast of ELTLT and The Big Baby Crime Spree and Other Delusions. Dr. Darren Doyle also wrote and published at least 40 stories within the last 5 years. For his writings and publication, Dr. Doyle has also got some awards and honors, among others, FRCE, Premier Display Grants in 2010 and 2015, and Pushcart Prize nomination for short stories in 2014, 2016, and in 2018. Dr. Doyle also wrote and published book reviews and became the guest in some blog posts and podcast interview. Is that all right, Dr. Doyle? Shall I correct something?
No, that sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today Dr. Doyle will talk about a very intriguing topic, license to lie, the importance of fiction in the age of Trump and COVID. Dr. Doyle will talk for about 30 to 45 minutes, and after that, there will be a question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. sorry, I have a bit problem in pronouncing your name, Dr. Darius Doyle. Okay, please, sir.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored to be, I think, the first creative writer to give a presentation at this conference. I'm sorry it's a little dark in this room. I can't get any better light in here, but hopefully you can see me and hear me okay. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you all for coming. And as Professor said, my talk is going to be called License to Lie, the Importance of Fiction in the Age of Trump and COVID. So I'll be talking about myself as a writer and the importance of writing, as well as some aspects of teaching. In my view, the role of a creative writer is not to impart wisdom or to provide lessons on how to behave, nor to be the moral compass for society. I don't view artists as people gifted with special moral or ethical knowledge or vision. Instead, I see the task of the fiction writer as simply to reveal in clear and unflinching terms the spectrum of human nature, both good and bad. The notion of revealing truth through fabricated stories can sound like a contradiction, because the very definition of fiction is something that has not happened. We are not reporters, we are not scientists, we are not historians, we are not even memoirists. We are not beholden to the literal truth. We can distort, exaggerate, elide, combine. We can invent characters, situations, and places from whole cloth. We can we can even break the laws of science and physics. We don't require fact checkers or sources to confirm what we're saying. We can reinvent history and speculate on a future that will never happen. Fiction writers have been given a license to lie. So how do we tell the truth through fiction? Perhaps it's best to acknowledge that there are different kinds of truth. There is literal truth, which, as I've said, is not always the fiction writer's concern. This is the concern of journalists, historians, scientists. But there are other kinds of truth: emotional, moral, spiritual, psychological, cultural, truths that exist along a spectrum, more subjective than objective, not requiring empirical evidence. Emotional truth is evoked in the invented tale through the rendering of detail. The artist immerses the audience in details that serve to reveal rather than obscure the humanity and culture that the writer is experiencing. Raymond Carver, a fiction writer, in an essay titled A Storyteller's Shop Talk, describes how he tried to use everyday objects in his writing. Quote, "It's possible in a poem or short story to write about commonplace things and objects using commonplace but precise language, and to endow those things, a chair, a window curtain, a fork, a stone, a woman's earring, with immense, even startling power." Author Flannery O'Connor also argues that the fiction writer's job is simply to see the world and describe it accurately. She elevates the act of seeing to the highest importance for the writer. I'm hearing some noise there. Okay. She elevates the act of seeing to the highest importance for the writer, arguing that the microcosms of our individual experiences become bridges to universal meaning. Quote, "The longer you look at an object, the more of the world you see in it. And it's well to remember that the serious fiction writer always writes about the whole world, no matter how limited his particular scene. For him, the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima affects life on the Oconee River, and there's not anything he can do about it." Ernest Hemingway's definition of the fiction writer's job is to write one true statement, and then another and another until you have a story. Quote, "All you have to do is write one true sentence, write the truest sentence you know." In Hemingway's opinion, this true sentence does not mean literally true, but instead an accurate retelling of something known or believed using only the most important and precise words. Other writers like Ezra Pound and Mark Twain echoed this sentiment. Twain expounded on the need for accuracy, saying, quote, "The difference between the right word and the almost right word is the difference between lightning and the lightning bug." Accurate statements and vivid detail, according to these writers, are the building blocks for expressing the emotional spectrum of human nature. Fables and fairy tales have long been used to model lessons of morality. And John Gardner's 1978 collection of essays on moral fiction discusses the power of literary fiction to do the same. Quote, "When talking about art, we use the word truth in two ways, to mean that which is factually accurate or logically valid on one hand, and on the other to mean that it does not feel like lying. What does not feel like lying is that which is true to the essential nobility of the writer's soul, that which expresses what is purest and best in his personality, in which all healthy human beings have a share. Its effect is to conjure by incantation what the art receiver may have lost touch with, his own best nature, his affirmations," end quote. In Gardner's mind, the creation of a story is akin to casting a spell. It's an incantation that can conjure the reader's own best nature, the inherent good in all of us. Psychological truth is also revealed. Writers of literature explore complex and sometimes immoral actions, man's inhumanity to man, the lasting effects of trauma. Think of Nabokov's Lolita or Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. Again, Flannery O'Connor cautions us that if a writer is giving serious expression to human conflict, fiction is never escapism. Quote, "I'm always highly irritated by people who imply that writing fiction is an escape from reality. It is a plunge into reality, and it is very shocking to the system." In addition to the emotional, moral, and psychological truths, fiction can highlight broader cultural truths. In 2016, the United States elected Donald Trump as president, and citizens found themselves in the unfamiliar position of facing an unprecedented, nearly hourly assault on literal truth. To a degree, all politicians can be said to put spins on reality, to bend facts to fit their world vision or their agenda, or to level accusations against political opponents. But never has America encountered such a powerful figure who seemed almost incapable of telling the truth. On January 24th, 2021, the Washington Post printed an article that claimed Donald Trump had made over 30,000 untrue statements during his presidency, an average of 21 lies a day. His relentless refrain of fake news, calling every negative media story a lie, cast doubt upon the journalists tasked with holding his administration accountable. And as a result, American trust that there could be any objective truth was eroded, and the doors opened for dangerous conspiracy theories that amplified and continue to amplify the undermining of reality. Trump lied about even the smallest, most insignificant issues. From a CNN January 16th article, quote, "Trump began his presidency by lying about the weather. It rained during Trump's inaugural address. Then, at a celebratory ball later that day, Trump told the crowd that the rain just never came until he finished talking and went inside, at which time it poured." This was the first lie of Trump's presidency. Soon after, he lied about the size of his inauguration audience, despite photographic evidence to the contrary. He would say things that we could see with our own eyes were not true. And he would often lie for no apparent strategic reason. Many of his lies were far less harmless. At a White House event in 2019, Trump distorted a quote from Representative Ilhan Omar to try to get his supporters to believe that the Minnesota Democrat had expressed support for the terrorist group Al-Qaeda. This is just one of the thousands of insidious lies designed to cause harm. And as we enter our second year of the global pandemic, nearly a year after the reign of Donald Trump came to an end, we still see the lingering effects of these lies, harming our citizens' ability to heal. as large segments of the population refuse to become vaccinated against the COVID-19 virus. Perhaps his biggest and most dangerous lie continues to this day, that the 2020 election was stolen from him. Americans witnessed firsthand the methods of authoritarianism that dictate that we should not believe what we see, or what we hear, or what we know. Only believe what the leader is saying. Freedom then is compromised, as described in George Orwell's 1984, his novel 1984. Quote, "The freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 = 4. If that is granted, all else follows." In other words, freedom at its core means simply the freedom to speak the truth. In 2015 and 2016, I was working on a series of short stories that I hoped would one day form a collection of fiction. My goal with these stories was to be playful, humorous, and wide-ranging. I was attempting to write in many different styles and genres, from science fiction to horror to realism to comedy to satire. My only goal to push myself and make each story different from the last. I was modeling my stories on writers like Kurt Vonnegut, Robert Coover, and Donald Barthelme, experimenting with form and voice. One of the stories I wrote was called Dangling Joe. When I wrote this story, Barack Obama was still the president of the United States. The Republican Party was holding its primaries, which is the process of selecting the Republican candidate to run against President Obama. And during these primaries, Donald Trump, a real estate tycoon and a reality television performer with no political experience, was making an impact, calling Mexicans rapists and thugs, and making other outrageous racist and sexist claims. So I would like to read that story, Dangling Joe, right now. And it's a pretty short story. It'll take about 12 minutes to read. And then I would like to talk about the realizations that I came to after I wrote this story. So this story is called Dangling Joe. This is from my 2018 collection, Scoundrels Among Us, is what the book is called. Dangling Joe. A man appeared as a speck against the clouds one morning, high above the city. The citizens were amazed and confused. From the ground, they squinted, shielding their eyes. "Is that a person?" they asked. He was so distant, he might as well have been a bag of rocks, which would have been equally amazing and confusing, floating in the air. However, when witnesses produced binoculars and telescopes, they could distinguish him as a man. He was simply dangling in the sky. They searched above and below and beside him, seeing no wires, no platforms, and no means of support. Not one person who looked closely at this man would have described him as floating or levitating. With his head upward and his feet pointed toward the earth, he was in a standing position. However, the way his legs swayed beneath him, hips swinging gently side to side, and the uncomfortable-looking way he held his arms akimbo gave the distinct impression that an invisible force was holding him like a yo-yo on a string. The man appeared to be of Asian descent. Speculations were Chinese or Korean, but nobody really knew for sure. Was this fact important? Did his ethnicity make any difference? Maybe, maybe not. People yelled at each other in social media forums about it, criticizing those who noticed or questioned his ethnicity, some criticizing those who said it didn't matter. Nonetheless, nobody knew where he came from or what he was doing. His photo dominated all media outlets, yet no one came forth to identify him. He was dressed in an expensive business suit, dark gray with subtle pinstripes. His polished loafers sparkling in the sunlight had been one of the first things that caught the attention of the folks on the ground. Chubby cheeks and a nicely combed head of hair rounded out his appearance. Aside from a bit of forehead perspiration, cited by an amateur astronomer, the man appeared untroubled by his bizarre and terrifying situation. His quiet smile exuded contentment and even joy as his legs rocked limply in the sky. The city whirled into action. Emergency personnel, firefighters, police, paramedics arrived at the area below him. Crowds gathered, shouting words of encouragement. They snapped photos, formed prayer circles, and set up hot dog carts. On rooftops of tall buildings, folks held signs that said, "Don't fall," and "We're here for you," and "How are you dangling like that?" Even from the highest point in the city, the roof of a 47-story high-rise apartment, the dangling man was too far to reach or hear. Not that he was talking or trying to communicate, he was just hanging there like laundry. The firefighters had no way to get to him. They needed a helicopter. Cautiously and with great skill, the chopper pilot navigated near the man. He maneuvered until positioned 30 feet above. The rescuers unfurled a rope ladder which flailed and flapped and whipped around until settling. "Grab it," they shouted through a megaphone. Inexplicably, the man did not respond. He didn't even crane his neck to look up at the chopper. His arms, though, were in a rather awkward position, which they figured made it tough to do much of anything, the poor guy. A legendary search and rescuer by the name of Doc Reddy hooked himself to a safety line and climbed down the ladder. In an acrobatic move, he slid his feet through the rungs and hung upside down just above the man. Below, the crowd erupted into lusty cheers. "What a hero!" News reporters prepared the dramatic headlines. "Gutsy rescue dazzles thousands of onlookers." "Courage in the heavens." "Noble man saves helpless other man. Taxpayers foot the bill." But then an unexpected thing happened. The man simply moved, or was moved, sideways in the air, drifting like a leaf skittering along the pavement. He slowed to a stop about 50 yards from where he had dangled originally. It looked like whatever was dangling him simply dragged him away with minimal effort. This made the rescuers angry. What the heck was going on? Doc Reddy ascended the ladder. Carefully, the pilot relocated the helicopter, which took about 8 minutes. Since the winds were unpredictable at that altitude, they unfurled the ladder again. Doc clipped himself onto the safety line and descended, recreated his nifty little flip, extended his hand to the Asian man, listened to another burst of applause from the crowd. The rescuers got the same result. 5 more times they attempted the maneuver. 5 times the man slid away to a nearby location in the sky. By then, the sun was going down. They were losing light. "He doesn't speak? He doesn't acknowledge us? He hasn't been identified? Is he even an American? What evidence do we have that he's one of us?" This was a pundit on one of the morning news shows, speaking angrily a couple of days after the man was first sighted. The pundit's name was Hank Hardwood. He was known for his powerful chin, piercing blue eyes, and scathing commentary about anyone he deemed un-American. "How do we know he's not a spy for the Chinese government?" Hank said. His face during this particular broadcast had lost its usual orange glow. In its place was a fiery red that practically emanated heat from people's TV screens. "He could have cameras and recording devices stuck everywhere on his body, sending classified information to his leaders, and here we are treating him like a hero." Normally, this pundit talked so much that nobody paid attention to what he said. This time, however, people conceded that he might have a point. Wasn't this a national
social program? Gitu ya.
Oh, somebody else chiming in there. Okay. This time, people conceded that he might have a point. Wasn't this a national security issue? You couldn't just float above a city and expect not to get in trouble. And that smug little expression on his face, what was that all about? It seemed sneaky. And why were us taxpayers paying for these rescue attempts? Where was the Federal Aviation Administration during all of this? The FAA felt the pressure but could do nothing. Their regulations stipulated that over any congested area of a city, town, or settlement, over any open air assembly of persons, an altitude of 1,000 feet above the highest obstacle within a horizontal radius of 2,000 feet of the aircraft, in this case, Joe, must be maintained. Dangling Joe, as the media had dubbed him, was within these limits and therefore doing nothing illegal. He wasn't harming anyone and didn't appear to be in any danger. Civil liberties groups quickly rallied to protect the man's right to dangle. You can get pulled over by the police for having an air freshener dangling from your rear view mirror, scoffed Hank Hardwood, but you can't get in trouble for dangling from the sky? I think he's being remotely controlled, said one angry caller to Hank's show. We all saw how he floated away from the rescuers. Somebody explain that to me. How do we know he's not a weapon of mass destruction, said another. I don't like his face, said another. Society sorted into two distinct camps. One, those who loved Dangling Joe, and two, those who hated him. There was a third camp too, but it was a pretty small camp. These people didn't love or hate Joe, but they wanted everyone to please recognize that he was significant. They were pretty sure he was a metaphor for something really interesting, and that's what they argued about, mostly at independent coffee shops. T-shirts appeared with a picture of the man inside a red circle with a line through it, "Just say no to Dangling Joe." Other shirts displayed Joe's beatific smile with the simple caption, "Joe knows." "Marry me, Joe" was another popular shirt. The arguments intensified. Throngs of demonstrators, both pro and anti-Joe, traveled from far corners of the country. They gathered beneath him and waved their signs and chanted their chants. "Joe, Joe, you've got to go." And "No, Joe, no, Joe." And "Joe, Joe, he's our man from Vietnam, China, or Japan. Yay, Joe." Security was overtaxed. Violence broke out. One guy threw a rock at another guy, prompting a brawl. Hot dogs were stolen. Car windows smashed. Someone was caught readying a high-powered rifle with a scope. The National Guard was deployed. The president issued a statement to Dangling Joe, delivered through a PA system in 7 languages on a giant video screen set atop the 47-story building. "Greetings, unknown man. This is the President of the United States. We don't know where you are from or what your purpose is, nor do we know how you are dangling like that, defying gravity. We don't understand why you don't need food or water, nor why you look so pleased. Your presence, however, has caused us as a nation to do some serious self-reflection about our identity. Are we a country who welcomes strangers, whatever their origin, whatever their dangling preferences? Or are we a distrustful and fearful country, fearful of those who are different? Speak to us, dangling man. Tell us what to do. Remind us who we are." The president broke down in tears. He was mocked for this roundly in the press. Some people liked his display of sensitivity, but most thought it showed weakness. Whether or not you were pro or anti-presidential tears, however, the undeniable result was that nobody talked about what the president had said. His message, his questions, his whole speech, ignored and forgotten. When his term expired, the president failed to even get his party's nomination for re-election. The president's crying seemed to trigger the end of the mania. It's possible that he had expressed some deep-seated feelings that citizens weren't aware they even had, or that his tears represented the catharsis that the nation required in order to move on. More likely, though, is the fact that even a phenomenon that breaks all known laws of physics gets boring after a while. People's necks got sore from staring up like that. They forgot he was there. What once seemed like a monumental moment in human history shrank to a blip on the radar of recorded time. The novelty of Dangling Joe soon wore off. Hank Hardwood set his sights on an outrageous new dance craze. Doc Reddy, the man who had come closest to Dangling Joe, stopped getting interviewed on talk shows. He died a couple of years later, trying to rescue a moose trapped on a wayward block of ice. At his funeral, he was remembered for the many people he had saved, rather than the one man he hadn't. But I want to make it clear, Dangling Joe didn't go anywhere. He's still up there if you look. But you've probably got more important things to do. Okay, that was Dangling Joe. So when I began that story, I had a simple image in my head of a man floating high above a city, barely a speck to the people below. I had no plan for why he was there or what would happen. Certainly this story is meant as an absurdist, fabulous piece. I had in mind the tone of a fable or a fairy tale when I was writing it, with an omniscient narrator who's able to give a broad but detached view of the events. I was certainly aware that I was writing something of a social satire as well, lampooning our culture's tendency to amplify events to enormous proportions, only to turn our attentions to something new. For example, I considered how the story would end. Would the military shoot this man out of the sky? Would some gun-happy citizen do it for them? Would Dangling Joe fly away, vanishing as suddenly as he appeared? In the end, it seemed right that Joe would remain exactly where he was. He is still the same remarkable phenomenon, but society has become bored. The novelty has worn off. It's time for another news cycle. I was also playing with the idea of how easy it is for events to divide people, to become politicized, to cause us to draw lines in the sand against each other. When I submitted this story to journals, one of the editors of the Ohio Review was quite fond of it. However, he wasn't sure why Dangling Joe had to be Asian. Why couldn't he be a white man? Was it necessary that he be Asian? So this question forced me to consider why I had made this choice. Many of the choices I make when I'm writing are unconscious. I normally trust that what I'm writing has a connective thread to make a unified whole. And once I'm finished with a draft, if something doesn't belong to that whole, I will remove it. However, the fact that Joe was Asian felt relevant to me, actually more than relevant. It felt necessary. I didn't know why at the time. Much of writers do, as I mentioned before, is just observe and record. Simply notice the world and depict it in clear and believable sentences. The reality of the world will then be transformed by the lens of their vision in hopes of exposing larger questions about human nature. When I was writing Dangling Joe, the United States was essentially in between presidents. We had lived under Barack Obama's leadership for 8 years. Obama was a leader who tried to understand other points of view and who was not perfect, but who showed emotion and empathy throughout his presidency. This is the president that I depicted in Dangling Joe. And in fact, it is his empathy and emotion that earns him the disdain of the people who view his tears as weakness. All too often, I have seen this concept played out in American politics where men are supposed to be tough and strong, never showing emotion. On the horizon for America, however, was Donald Trump, in temperament and tone, the opposite of Barack Obama. And although I don't remember consciously thinking of this while I was writing, his racism and his xenophobia leaked into my story, displayed in the Americans' suspicion of Dangling Joe, his Asian heritage marking him as an other, as a foreigner and a danger, someone not to be trusted. As an artist, I was sniffing these new realities on the breeze, the mood in the nation shifting toward the darkness of Donald Trump and those who followed him. Without comparing my writing to satirists like Jonathan Swift and Mark Twain, I think it is clear that my story is an example of how the fiction writer, if they keep their radar on at all times, will capture the spirit of the cultural moment. I had not intended to write a story of satire of American anti-Asian racism, but it is there. And sure enough, a few years after this story was published, our country was hit with a rash of anti-Asian violence, spurred in no small part by Donald Trump, who blamed the Chinese for COVID, even calling it the China virus. Artists are not here to change the world or tell people what to think or how to think, but instead to be a mirror for humanity, reflecting us to ourselves. With the COVID-19 virus and the vaccinations continuing to be fodder for conspiracy theories and outright lies, the role of the artist becomes even more important. If we keep writing and painting and making films, we will show the world as it is, and we can make it impossible to look away. Unlike Donald Trump or QAnon or the conspiracy theorists, fiction writers do not ask you to believe in the literal truth of what they say. They ask for your belief in the figurative truth, the metaphorical truth. Earlier, I quoted George Orwell's novel 1984, that freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 = 4. If that is granted, all else follows. That is true and essential. We must trust that there is literal truth, a baseline of common reality to which we can all adhere. Without this, there can be no trust, and we cede power to whomever is creating the narrative. But we must also be able to go beyond literal truth and make room for the figurative truth of literature and art. As Flannery O'Connor writes, in fiction, 2 + 2 always equals more than 4. I teach primarily fiction writing at Central Michigan University. And with my students, I don't talk about Donald Trump or politics. Usually I don't reveal my own political views. I think it's very important to remain neutral. As an authority figure in the classroom, I don't want to be seen as forcing an agenda on my students or making anyone feel unwelcome. Openness, inclusion, respect, and kindness are vital to the learning experience. However, I do want students to understand that their involvement in the world through their creative writing can be a path to truth. By encouraging students to embrace and cultivate their own voices, valuing their own experiences, inventing characters who are different from themselves, they can participate in an act of connection. The word truth in the USA has been politicized and demeaned to the point that some seem to argue that no objective truth exists. My goal is to show that not only are human truths necessary, but they can be found through active interactions with the microcosms of the students' lives and surroundings. I also assign readings from writers of many diverse backgrounds and beliefs. And when we read other points of view, other experiences from different cultures and backgrounds, we are allowed to live inside another consciousness. We are invited to see the world differently. Hatred becomes impossible. Fiction and poetry are about connection, not division, giving students examples of writing from people from different backgrounds, different from their own. We find common ground. We can show that all people have value. Racism and xenophobia are designed to separate us and draw lines between us, whereas fiction and poetry place us in the perspectives of people who are not like us. In this way, we create empathetic citizens, citizens of the world, who themselves are part of something larger. They are individuals with bridges to others. To endeavor into fiction writing is to serve as a witness, imparting one's own unique vision, becoming a lens through which to view human experience. A figurative truth will form from that vision, a truth more complex, more nuanced, unfettered by political message or agenda, leaving the audience to decide on their own what the ramifications might be. Tell the story of the world as you are experiencing it, and the truth will follow. Because fiction is politics, fiction is history, fiction is philosophy. As essayist and fiction writer Cynthia Ozick wrote, quote, history, philosophy, as valuable as they are, cannot contain novels. But novels, by their very structure, contain history and philosophy. Art holds the essence of who we are, what we fear, who we strive to become. I will leave you with this quote from John Gardner again. He writes, real art creates myths that a society can live by rather than die by. And clearly, our society is in need of such myths. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doyle, for a very, yes, intriguing, as I mentioned before, presentation. There must be a lot of questions. Problems that you have after you listen to the presentation. So please, write your questions in the chat room or just press the raise hand button at the reaction, what is that, application at the bottom of the screen. Please do. Okay, please. Yes, there must be some curiosity after listening to your presentation, Dr. Doyle. Yeah, and also confusion. I believe.
I see two people with raised hands.
Oh yeah. Okay. Please. Yes. Minute. Yes, please. Okay. Here we have. Yes, Mr. Widi, and also Miss Wuri Primakusmasuti. Mr. Widi, please.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Yayu.
Yes.
Okay. Morning, Doyle, Professor Doyle.
Hello.
I was interested in what you're saying, that this is a very great presentation. Though I'm not the kind of somebody who like literature, but I'm from linguistics. But seeing from linguistics, I think what you said is very interesting. Something like writing non-fiction is not running away from reality. But in my opinion, I think you are going down deep in the reality itself. But sometimes you portray the reality in different way, in the very wise way that, okay, in linguistics, you want to shave other faces. What's your comment, Dr. Doyle? Thank you very much.
Comment about what? I mean, I'm sorry.
You said that writing, what is it, non-fiction? What's the term, Bu Yayu?
Yes.
Writing non-fiction or something.
Non-fiction.
I think that it's not running away from reality. Yeah. Right. I think you said so, right?
Yes.
So I couldn't agree with you more in the sense that from linguistic perspective that you are not running away, but you're going deep to the reality itself and portraying the reality in other perspective, that you are very wise in realizing the meaning so that you can save other faces. This is what I can say from a linguistic perspective. What's your comment, Dr. Doyle?
Yes, a lot of times people think fiction writing is meant to just escape and read it on the beach and not think, and just kind of like with movies. There are books, there are movies that are escape. They don't require you to think very much. But I think that the serious literature always engages in human nature, which is very complicated and can be good, can be bad, as anywhere in between. And the best kind of fiction, the most lasting stories, I think, can be read over and over again. We can read things from 100 years ago and we can find new meaning in it now. And that is because it's tapping into something very rich and complex about people. So that's what that comment says to me.
Sorry for saying that non-fiction, but I think what I want to say is writing fiction. Okay, you're right.
Yes, it's
okay. This I think from other perspective, it's right. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you, Dr. Doyle.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Widi, and also Dr. Doyle. We have the next questioner, that is Miss Wuri Primasati. Yeah. Okay, Miss Wuri, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm actually curious on how you will decide. Oh, I'm sorry. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I was actually wondering how you would decide whether the students brought up intriguing topic on a fictions that have quote unquote dangerous idea to share, because I think in America, people always think that all ideas, even though it is factional and anecdote, if it is leaning towards a right ideology or conservative ideology, people see it as an attack. While if it is towards left ideology, people see it as what is this? Critical. How do you I'm sorry.
I think that's
It's
what you're
midnight.
saying.
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like if it is towards left ideology, they see it as a critical thinking, as what is advocacy. But then when it is towards the conservative and then right ideology, it's considered attacking. So I was wondering, when you were teaching your students to write a fiction, how you will balance the dynamic of the discussion itself, and how you will basically support the students with more conservative value to voice out their opinions. Because based on my own experience attending creative writing class, most of the time it's always become a political discussion where international students become, what is this, push out from the discussion itself. And then when we voice out our opinion, most of international students in here mostly have a conservative perspective. They always think us as, you know, we do not know what happened in America. We do not really following the political news, while in reality we follow that, but we brought our own perspective to see the reality from our background knowledge. So I was wondering how you basically give.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Puri. Are you in America, by the way, Ms. Puri?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm still in America. I'm doing my PhD.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Puri. Yes, please.
That's a great question. I think I try to see every piece, every story, every student as unique, and I don't look at things politically, you know, unless it's really overtly political. Honestly, most students that I encounter don't, you know, bring politics into their stories at all. And of course, as I said, every writing is political. Every writing comes from a certain viewpoint, a certain culture, and so it is there. But my only rule in the creative writing class is that it's only if a story seems to be promoting hate, promoting hatred toward any type of person, that I would have concerns about. Now, there's a difference, though. If you have a character in the story who is expressing hate and expressing, you know, sexism or racism, anything like that, you should be able to have that. I think we can't look away from the ugly parts of people. But if it seems like it's coming from the author and not the character, then it becomes a problem. Yeah, I hope I answered your question okay. I think there's some written questions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Ms. Puri. Okay, yes, thank you, Dr. Doyle. We have also questions in the chat room. First is from Mr. Indra. Okay, Dr. Doyle, I have two questions. Number one is, how do we as a teacher effectively encourage our students to keep doing a creative writing and reading on this disruptive era? And the second is about how we can do that in this limitation in the pandemic years. Okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. At least in America, creative writing in colleges is a pretty popular major. It may be not as popular as business or engineering, things like that, but there are a lot of interests in it. And I think all we can do is keep doing it and keep pushing school administrations to try to include more language classes, more literature classes, more creative writing classes. And it's a constant struggle in the United States. Definitely the arts and literature are definitely pushed aside. But even for people who aren't students, people who aren't in college, it doesn't take much. Right now, there is so much access to literature. You don't have to have physical books anymore. So we can read stories from many different cultures, many different time periods. And so I think that's the one good thing that's happened. Even during these pandemic years, we are finding ways to connect with people. Things like this Zoom conference. We held a lot of readings for visiting writers that came in and read on our version of Zoom. And there are drawbacks to it, but it's also kind of great because people who aren't physically able to get there can attend these readings. So it actually opens up new possibilities. And in fact, I think we're thinking of when in-person readings come back, we're hoping that we can even still have a type of Zoom access for people who aren't able to be there. So I always try to look at, the positive, and hopefully that's one good thing to come out of this.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Dr. Indra, I hope that it answers your question. Okay, we also have another question from Mr. Deswandito. Hello, Dr. Doyle. According to the title of Radiohead's song, English alternative rock band, 2 + 2 = 5. It refers to Orwell's philosophy, since fiction is a depiction of real life, but actually, okay, what is it? Yes, but okay. Yes, yes, actually, it is a result of sadness, anxiety, and worries from the writer. Okay, so yes, okay, and what do you think, Mr. Doyle?
Yeah, that's a good interpretation of that. I like I said, Flannery O'Connor talked about in fiction writing, in literature, 2 + 2 always equals more than 4. And I think what she means by that is that there is the literal reality in a story, but it also adds up to more than that. It transcends just the literal fact and becomes something deeper, like you said, sadness, anxiety, worries. Maybe that's what they're talking about. That there are extra layers of meaning that go beyond just simple facts, and that's human nature. That's what people are not. We're not robots. We have multiple. We can be happy and sad at the same time. We can have very contradictory things, and so maybe that's what that quote is talking about.
Yeah, and how to make it easily understood by the readers of the novel? Yes,
that's a good question. That's what we try. That's what all of us try, right? Anybody who teaches literature, by asking questions, by opening discussions. I like to ask questions when I teach. I don't have all the answers. I'm interested in these things too. So that's one way, is just to be open to listening and thinking when we read. And I think it is frustrating for some people, and that's why they don't read a lot of literature, is that they think that there's one answer. But really, literature raises questions more than giving simple answers. It sometimes multiple answers, and I think you have to be okay with that and understand things are not simple.
Very interesting. Okay. Yes. The next question is from Tanya. Hi, Dr. Doyle. I have a political question, if you don't mind. When Obama was elected as the US president twice, it seemed like racism was significantly decreasing. However, when Trump was elected, racism has been significantly increasing again. My question is, was racism totally diminished in the US, or it was just hidden beneath the surface?
This question, sadly, is easier to answer. It definitely was hidden beneath the surface. I thought when Obama was elected that we had made a significant step forward in equality, and but after some time, I can remember driving to a job interview in Oklahoma and stopping at a gas station and using the restroom and seeing graffiti on the wall that was horrifying and racist about Obama, and it just really surprised and made me sad. And sure enough, I think instead of decreasing racism, it just actually made some people who were harboring these feelings even more resentful, more angry. And then when Trump was elected, he basically gave permission to people to express those ideas. So it's still a work in progress. We're working
yes, our homework. Okay. Well, the last question, this is from Oi Bing Bing. Thank you for the inspirational talk, Dr. Doyle. Literature is about connection, but not division. I'd like to ask you for your opinion. While composing the story, should an author put their perspectives on the top, or should they make any necessary adjustment to it?
You always want your writing to be clear. And the things that happen in a story to be clear and not confusing. But as far as having a message, at least for me, the books that I like, the literature that I read, never has one message. It has many different ideas and thoughts. So as a writer, I always just try to be very clear about the characters and why they maybe want to do what they want to do, and about the details. But as for what it adds up to, the 2 + 2 = 5 thing, if it adds up to more than that, that's something that I think is for the reader to decide. I think that the reader has to decide if it means more than what they're just reading.
I see. Okay, so perspectives can be at the top, and maybe at the beginning. Okay, when we are about to write. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry that time is very limited, and this is a very inspiring session. Yes, I'm sure that there are still curiosity and also questions, and even some of us might even grow more questions later to explore around the topic and literature. But okay, because we ran out of time, ladies and gentlemen, we thank Dr. Doyle for the presentation. So please join me to give applause to the presenter, okay, and to all of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Doyle.
Thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, okay, and let's go back to the Master of Ceremony, Ibu Gerindra, please.
Thank you, Bu Yayu. Thank you, Dr. Rahayu Puji Haryati. Terima kasih. And also thank you very much for Dr. Doyle. It was such an amazing knowledge. It's just new for us, for me especially. Thank you very much. And the next plenary sessions will be with Dr. Suyansah and also Professor Dr. Pirukmini. But before, I would like to inform all participants, this is not for the presenters, but only for participants, that the link for the attendance Google form will be shared in the end of this event. So each day we will share the link for participants, but only in the end of the event. But for the parallel presenters, we will have no Google form attendance for you because we will do it manually in every session. Okay, thank you very much again, Bu Rahayu Puji, as a moderator. Right now, I would like to pass the sessions to our second moderator to lead the second plenary sessions, Dr. Widianto. Pak Widi, are you here with us?
Yeah, thank you, Bu Gir.
Okay, so the second plenary sessions will be led by Bapak Widianto, PhD, our head of English department. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Gerindra. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you in this very fruitful and productive conference. Allow me to share screen for the second plenary session that I would like to introduce you to the two great speaker. First is Dr. Associate Professor Suyansa from University Malaysia Sabah, and then the second one is Professor Dr. Dwi Rukmini from Universitas Negeri Semarang. Associate Professor Suyansa would like to present issues and challenges in post-pandemic era, ELT educators' voice. So this is very great speech, a great paper that it deals with the main theme of the conference. And the second one, Professor Dr. Dwi Rukmini, entitled is the impact of systemic functional linguistics toward the postgraduate literacy through the doctoral promotion examination. Okay, let me introduce you to the first speaker. Associate Professor Suyansa bin Swanto is a professor at the Faculty of Psychology and Education of the University Malaysia Sabah. He is an expert of second language and language pedagogy. He has been working with us in English education, especially in many programs. One of them is the exchange of students, and then the conference and other. And we know each other very much. And this is so many times that he is willing to join us in our conference. With issue and challenge in post-pandemic era, he would like to talk about the COVID-19 that has impacted all aspects, and especially in the teaching and learning of English. And the main point is the way how we teach and the way the traditional face-to-face education will be changed to the online learning. Yeah, and all the things will be talked about, and I think it's very interesting to listen to Dr. Suyansa. And then the second one will be with Professor Dr. Dwi Rukmini. She is one of our professor in English department, Faculty of Languages Art, Universitas Negeri Semarang. She is an expert of literacy, and then systemic functional linguistics and genre-based education. And she would like to present her paper, The Impact of Systemic Functional Linguistics towards the Postgraduate Literacy through the Doctorate Promotion Examination. Okay, without further ado, I will give these two speaker time to present the paper for 45 minutes, and then there will be 30 minutes for question and answer session. First will be for Professor Suyansa. Time is yours. Monggo Pak Suyansa.
Thank you very much, my respected Pak Widi or Dr. Widi, for the introduction. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Pak.
Yes.
Sorry. Wait a minute. I think I got a problem.
Pak Widi, sorry. So still grappling with this. I'm trying to get my slide on the screen. Can I do that? I can I?
I think so. Yeah.
Let me just do something about this first. It should be here.
Wait a minute, Prof. Suyansa. We are trying to make you able to present. Okay, Pak Asyansa, you can present now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh my God.
So sorry.
I'm so sorry. Aduh.
Okay, so 45 minutes for you, Pak Asyansa,
Yes,
to present your paper.
Hang on. Yeah. Okay. I don't think you can see my screen. Can you? You cannot
Not
see.
yet, sir. No, not yet.
Okay. Sure. How about now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
You. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Good morning to my respected moderator, Pak Widhi, Dr. Widhi, and also the respected Professor Rukmini, all the other member of staff of UNES, all my dear friends, and also the audience, participants of this conference. I would like to, first of all, say thank you very much to the organizer for having me as one of your speakers in this conference. So this paper was deliberately produced to match the conference theme, yeah, and the title is Issues and Challenges in Post-Pandemic Era, English Language Educators' Voices.
I'm so sorry, Pak Suyansa. We haven't get the full size of your presentation. Would you please?
How about this one?
Yeah, but the slide. Maybe you have to.
Okay, hang on.
You should download it first, maybe.
Yep.
Okay, so sorry.
Sorry, I really am sorry too.
Okay, no worries.
Very sorry. Allah. So this is something. Hang on, yeah.
Okay, would you please wait for Professor Suyansa to dear participant?
So don't panic. Where am I? Live.
Maybe you download it first, and then you open it on PowerPoint, Pak Suyansa.
Yeah. Okay. PowerPoint, yeah. So I have to download first. Okay. I still cannot, yeah?
I think it's difficult. I think you can just use it, Pak Suyansa. It is clear for us actually. You can use it, Pak Suyansa. Yeah.
Can you see what you can?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, we can see it. It's very clear.
I'm so sorry about this.
No worries. Okay, just please go on, Pak Suyansa. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. So I'm sorry about this technical thingy. Hang on. Okay, that mention. Wait, I think I need some help. Hey, good job.
Okay.
Okay. Aduh. Is it much better now? Is it much better now?
That's okay, Pak Suyansa. Okay, you can continue.
I don't want to waste.
Okay, no worries. Okay, just go on, please.
Now we know that this pandemic was announced officially by WHO in March 11, 2020. Before it was discovered very early on back in 2019 in China, Wuhan, China, and that's why that was the reason why it was named the Wuhan pneumonia. Yeah, taking the name of the place in China to name the virus. And since then, we know that it has spread all across the world, and it has caused chaos and havoc, in all aspects of life, in education, in our economy, and also in our society in general, in the world community in general. And okay, so we are at one point we were in the state of confusion, and we were also were very uncertain of what was to expect, over these first few months. And we can see that, during those days, even now, still even that the pandemic, the COVID-19 virus has almost literally, single-handedly paralyzed the world economy and the community. And these crises, as I said, affect, all sectors, including the education sectors worldwide. And okay, well, we can see here that, this from the map of the world, you can see how this pandemic has infected in most countries, in the world now. So we observe, we witness how government, all across the world, they closed all educational institutions from preschool up to universities, because of this. We were very unsure.
Sorry, sir, we haven't seen the map, sir. Still unmoving email, actually.
Alamak. Oh,
maybe different windows.
Can you see, Pak Widi?
Not yet, Pak. We just see your email.
My email.
Open, yeah.
Right.
I think the participant also reported yes. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Can you?
Yeah, that's it, Pak. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Pak. Okay. Take your time, Pak Suyansa.
Okay. Okay, is that okay now? Is it better? Can you see it moving?
Yes. Great.
Thank you. I do need help with this. Okay, so so this is what happened, and it's not moving now. This one, okay, it moves. So that's the map of what happened, and this is something that everybody in the world now, almost everybody in the world is experiencing. And in Malaysia, I suppose also, as in Indonesia, we have this problem. We close all these educational institutions from pre-primary or preschool up to universities, as I said. And in UMS, in fact, this is actually taken from a local newspaper, dated April 5th, 2021. We had our PKPD because there were cases on campus as well. So we are actually in this state, all of us in this state of uncertainty and chaos. And in spite of that, we also have witnessed all the government all over the countries, worldwide even, we try to come up with a way to continue life as it is, especially when it comes to education. So to ensure education continuity, and also at the same time try to protect our students from this virus, our teachers from this virus, and other stakeholders, we have come to this drastic, drastic kind of measure by closing down school, at least temporarily. We suspend all these schools. So during the time of the closures, we make it a priority, that we have to make sure the the education continues, yeah, and the way we have done it is through ICT, of course. Okay. Well, in spite of this, we have noticed there are innovations have been introduced in most countries, including Indonesia. I have read some journals in Indonesia. They have introduced initiative like Sekolahku, also smart, smart, is it smart school or something, to come up to counter, to deal with this problem. In Malaysia, we also have introduced platforms in schools as well as at universities, to deal with online, which, well, to be honest, in Malaysia, we have actually tried to introduce this blended learning some time ago, but nobody took it really seriously. I mean, at least I would say about 30% or 50% of the educators, we tend to fall back. I mean, always fall back and always depend on face-to-face. But when this came about, the pandemic crisis come about, then we all were forced to learn very quickly in order to make sure that education continues. Okay. Now, why do I particularly focus on ESL educators? One of the reasons is that we know that in the teaching of language education, it is a very much skill-based, when we teach proficiency, and it is different from teaching content subjects, where you just we involve transfer of information from A to B. But in language education, especially when it involves proficiency, you have to help students to develop their language skills. And there is a fundamental difference in the way we do that compared to teaching or transmitting knowledge. So it's because of that, I feel that it is really important for us to see what are the problems faced by ESL educators, especially because we are dealing with language skill development. Okay, we know that from the start, ESL educators, we have been involved and we have played a very important role, to ensure that education at all levels of continues, like at primary school, secondary, and universities, post-secondary institutions. So it is really a great effort. In fact, it was a massive effort that we had to undertook as educators, within a very short span of time, to respond to the shocks, to the current needs in the midst of us trying to cope with the crisis. Yeah. So from the outset, we have as educators, we have been directed. Yeah, we have been tasked to implement distant learning. We have modalities, and often we go into the fray, as they say, without much guidance, yeah, and also training, and on top of that, we also are inadequate in terms of resources. So teacher professional have been using, we have been told to use whatever means that we have electronically, yeah? Be it phone, handphone, electronic devices like video applications, our that platform, for teaching and learning, like Google Meet and so on and so forth. We are in for the to use it, to use them all. So you and I, yeah, as educators, we are in need of help to help us facilitate fulfilling our duties and responsibilities as educators. From the survey of literature, it is found that very few research has really focused on these issues and challenges, especially in this part of the world. From my literature review, there have been studies done in more advanced countries, but in our part of the world, few research has been done specifically looking into the educator's point of view, educator's voice. So for this reason, this research was was done in response to that. Okay, so this is a qualitative case study actually involving 12 language educators divided into 3 different categories: primary, secondary, and university language teachers. And the numbers are there. We use focus group interview. All right, focus group interview. Okay, and following scholars like Brown and Clark, we use the thematic analysis, and trustworthiness were established using member checking, purposive sampling. Yeah, there's something wrong with this. It doesn't really. And then triangulation, yeah, to ensure the trustworthiness is achieved. Okay, so I go on to discussing the findings. I think we can see that the issues and challenges from the analysis, data analysis, there are basically 4 major findings related to access. So this is the issue of accessibility and the efficacy of teaching and learning. The third one is on motivation, and the fourth one on psychosocial well-being. Yeah? So these are the major themes that were gathered as a result of the data analysis. Now, okay, right. So we go to the first one in the issue of access or accessibility. There are a few findings that we managed to gather from this data that we gathered out of the focus group interviews. the first one is professional training on digital literacy, and we found that the respondent to the research, they sort of expressed their dissatisfaction about the training that were given. They felt that there was not much being done, yeah, and especially to improve their digital literacy. So I will share with you snippets of responses, yeah, from the teachers after this. So lack of professional training on digital literacy on the part of the teachers, that is one. And most of them also raise the issue of connection, yeah, internet connection. Yeah? And this is actually, when I look through the literature, it is not unique among ESL educators or in Malaysia per se, but this is also can be observed in other countries as well, especially the developing countries like Malaysia, yeah, and also Indonesia as well, and some parts of Thailand and in Vietnam and so on. So stable network connection, that is one issue, part of the issue of access that has been raised. And the other one is digital learning tools, the inadequacy, yeah, of digital learning tools available to them, and also they express their concerns that this affect teaching and learning, especially when it involves students from economically low background. Okay, right. So these are some of the excerpts, yeah, that we managed to find from the interview, yeah. So teacher 4, she says that she has encountered problems and challenges, yeah, and especially when it involves students or teachers where they live in in areas that are far from the source of the internet connection. Yeah, they have problem, and these undoubtedly interrupt with the learning process, and as a result of that, the students, they have problems understanding online classes. Because of that, it affects their grades. Yeah, it affects their grades. And the teacher 5 says that there is a difference between, of course, rural and suburb areas in terms of connectivity, internet connectivity. They say that this teacher 5 says that if you want to improve the digital literacy of the teachers, the authorities has to introduce, apart from the internet connectivity, and also provide in-house training on how to operate, how to implement the online classes. And teacher 5, we need to not only masters, at least we need to know the platform that we are able to help students to engage in our classes. And also the teacher 5 says, because they don't have internet connection or the signal is very weak, most of our students don't have, and also they don't have the facility. Yeah, this is taken from verbatim from the research participant. So most of them do not have the devices, and in cases we also can see that some of them have to share one device, among 3 or 4 siblings. So that, according to the teachers we interviewed, caused problem. Definitely caused problem, and because they have different, sometimes the classes clash. Because of that, they cannot get access to the classes. So they also, one of the teacher 6, she thinks that I just need help with delivering my offline materials to my students, and this is her response, when it comes to dealing with the problem that she faced when it comes to online, online teaching. And another thing that she, one of the participant, teacher 9, said that parents sometimes intervene during online teaching. So because of that, students cannot concentrate, cannot focus, and it definitely affect what they learn in the class. So that is on the issue of accessibility. And just a share of information, share of what happened in our context here. In fact, this involved one student from UMS, who had to climb a tree. She had to climb a tree to get good, better, internet connection, and she lived in somewhere in the rural areas where there was no good connection. And just to share with you that this particular student, she had uploaded her experience on YouTube, and because of that, the problem that she faced, and she shared with the world, the kampong, the village where she lived, was they gave him, the government erected this internet facility there, because of that. So lack of connection, but there was only one case, and we are very sure that this problem is not unique to her, and it is being faced by other students in other remote areas. Okay, next one is the online teaching and learning effects. This is some of the snippet or the samples. So teacher number 1 says that, I think for effective education, face-to-face interaction is very important. If there is no face-to-face interaction, it will be a one-way system, which means that what I want to teach you, I give you the notes and exercises. You learn it yourself. However, for face-to-face interaction, teachers and students can have discussion together. So, well, from this response, students and teachers, they believe that, well, non-face-to-face interaction is good, but I think they still prefer, especially this particular teacher, T1, that you still need to have face-to-face interaction. So in the post-academic or post-pandemic era, if I think we can foresee together that face-to-face interaction is still the mode of choice when it comes to teaching and learning. And this is teacher 3 response when she was asked to give her opinion to to student teachers actually, yeah, to student teachers, what would they do when we, as good practice when it comes to teaching online. And the advice is that don't have long period. So we cannot like usually have like if we have especially at universities, yeah, at universities it is very common to have 2 hours of lectures, yeah, and we can have that maybe 1 hour or 30 minutes of lecture, and the rest can be done on other activities. Next one is Teacher 9 response to this is that online course needs the integration of face-to-face, because if they have question and answering session or student ask during the lesson, the courses ongoing immediately. They would get response immediately rather than they have to wait and then people get the same information rather than personally messaging the teacher. Now, this is, we can see how personally messaging the teacher does affect, communication with other students when the class is ongoing. And this is very common, especially when we have these synchronous classes. Yeah, sometimes we overlook what the students ask us because we are busy in our delivery of the lesson or the information. Okay. Some of them see the point of having pre-recorded lesson, and this will help students to get access to the information at their own time. But in spite of that, this particular teacher says that you need to have still face-to-face interaction, because from face-to-face interaction you can see how the students physically responds to the class, yeah, which is lacking in non-face-to-face classroom or online classroom. So according to these teachers, teacher 9, this particular way of teaching, online teaching, she's personally said that I've learned that good students are very good in doing things through online. Good students, those who have this certain level of intellectual ability, I suppose, yeah. And we as teachers, we have to be interested, we have to be lively in what we have to deliver in the classroom, get the students involved using certain tricks, yeah, to get them engaged in the classroom. And because according to the teacher, if you don't do this, then some of them will just got disinterested and they just display their profile picture and do something else. And for class to be effective, it has to be fun. Yeah, it has to be fun. You have to make the class interesting and fun. So this particular teacher, she said that she used videos, song, jingles, yeah, that is related to the topic. Next one, and this is by teacher 10. She says that if you really want to know, I much more prefer the conventional face-to-face teaching, because you can see what you see is what you get when you see a student, but when you see them through, I cannot see this slide. It is very impersonal and you don't have the time or enough time to understand them properly and to see the student emotion, because different student comes with different emotion at different time. If you were to say that you can detect all that through online, it is impossible. So this is showing that teachers, in spite of what we have to do now, they still prefer this face-to-face teaching. And there is another concern about face-to-face, non-face-to-face like online teaching, is that this is a possibility for copy and paste and students committing plagiarism. Okay, this is the opinion. Next one, we go to the motivations. Some students, they lack the desire and enthusiasm to complete all online session due to a lack of this self-discipline, and because they prefer face-to-face learning. And it also applies to teachers. So teachers might get demotivated too, especially if they have problems with the technical issues, or they have problem with internet connection. So it means that this motivation, it does not really affect students, but it also affect us teachers. And we always think about students, but we forget that teachers also, are human beings, and we also have this we experience frustration, we experience demotivation if the things that we plan doesn't really materialize. So this teacher number 7, she says that my students are not from the English speaking background. I need a lot of help that I need in terms of delivering instruction, in terms of delivering the module, because some of the students were absent, and when they don't have the module, they will be left behind, so they didn't learn anything. So there is a problem. So if they cannot understand and they just drop it, and at the end of the day, the student will be left behind. So then TT6 also stating the problem of frustration, and students become disinterested, if they are having problem with the lines. Okay. So if you are motivated to do online education, you will improve yourself. If you are self-motivated person, you will find ways to overcome the obstacles. This is according to teacher number 1. Teacher number 1 reflecting on her own experience with regard to the challenges she faced and overcome. So this online mode of teaching builds up their confidence in voicing out during online class for self-esteem students to be compared when the students in class. So this is an observation by teacher number 7 with regard to student response. She finds that students who are known to be quiet, they respond more. They respond more. But she didn't elaborate whether the students like speak in the class online or just typing the message. But she said that it help self-esteem student to be more upfront in terms of their participation in the classroom. Now, the psychosocial well-being, there have been certain levels of depression, anxiety, and stress, observed among these teachers. And most of the things that they feel about this is related to their own inadequacies. When it comes to the digital literacy, and also all out of their concern for students, especially the low proficiency students. Yeah. And teacher 10, the same teacher, yeah, she says that as I was marking online, spending so much of time marking online, apart from getting so stressed because I cannot see their handwriting, whatever I mark is actually not marked in their school books. This causes frustration to do double work when they actually go back to school and I have to remark their books again. So the stress level, this particular teacher says that, she experienced this because she has to do double work. She feels, that she spend more time in with the students online compared to when she was doing it face to face in the classroom. Next one. This is a consent from teacher 10. Yeah, she says that if it's solely online, it's not good and not healthy too for the student because they will live in a life of lies. They can pretend they are doing things well, and what happened here? Hang on. Bear with me. There's something wrong. Hey, thank you.
4 minutes.
Yes. I can finish this. Okay. So what I was trying to say is that it's not healthy for a student to spend so much time online, according to teacher number 10. And teacher number 12, if I could give opinion and make changes to the situation, I would actually say that for the online classes, 1 hour would be a bit too long for the students of lower primary. 15-20 minutes will do. Just keep it short and simple. Students will be able to concentrate or grasp what has been taught if facing the computer screen for too long. Yeah. So the implications of the study. Okay. One of the implication is that there is actually a need, in Malaysian context, and I suppose this is not unusual and unique in Malaysian context, is that there is a need for training on online teaching to improve our digital literacy among educators, especially ESL educators, and we can perhaps ask all those educational leaders, to play a bigger role, a more powerful role in supporting teachers to improve their digital literacy. And school heads can play a part in this. So the education officers at maybe district level, state level, or even at country level. Yeah. So there is a need, for us to listen to teachers' needs, to enable them to deliver and to fulfill their responsibilities and their duties as teachers, in their attempts or in their effort to make sure that there is a continuation despite the COVID era now that we are facing. And the other one is on improvement of ICT infrastructure, and this is something that we need to alert government, especially those who are in charge of providing the people with this ICT infrastructure, give them more support in terms of maybe providing them with what we call internet allowance, internet allowance, and some of this initiative actually has been undertaken, yeah, by our government. Okay, and another thing is that really is related to psychological support. You know, we always have counseling for students. Yeah, we have counseling for students, but we tend to forget that teachers also need support, psychological support, especially during this time of crisis. Because it does affect them. They feel that they are stressed out because of this, because of the demands of online teaching. Yeah, some of them say that they had to do double work because of this. So okay, I think I would stop at that, and I would like to before that conclude by this phrase. And I mean, there is always good and bad things. Yeah, there are advantages and disadvantages in when it comes to online learning. Some people think that it is more superior to the traditional face-to-face classes, the so-called brick and mortar kind of classes. And some of them say that it is actually an effective method compared to what we have to do now, yeah, online. But having said that, we also affect that, we know that the online mode of teaching and learning is going to stay with us. It's going to stay with us even post during in time to come during the post pandemic era. I think with that, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Suyansa, for a very great presentation. There will be question and answer session, but after the second presenter. Yeah, the second presenter will be Suyansa. Would you please stop the sharing?
Yes, yeah, I will try to stop the sharing here.
And
okay.
Professor Dwi Rukmini, have you been here? Yeah, you're.
Dah tutup. hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. We are waiting.
Okay, share screen. Moment. I just want to share screen first.
Wait a minute, Prof. Wait a minute.
Okay. Apa? Ini loh.
Wait a minute. We will.
Yeah, slideshow.
Yeah. This
slideshow. Moment.
Yeah.
Okay, for the second presenter, Professor Dwi Rukmini from Universitas Negeri Semarang. The paper entitled "The Positive Impact of COVID Pandemic in English Language Teaching." I also give 45 minutes to Professor Dwi Rukmini to present your paper, and there will be question and answer after the session for both Prof. Suyansa and Prof. Dwi Rukmini. Now the floor is yours, Prof. Dwi Rukmini.
Yeah, thank you for very much for the chance given to me. May I start? Yes. The title of my speech is Positive Impact of Online Learning During Pandemic. And this is different of the one, okay, announced by Pak Widi, because, okay.
Sorry, Bu.
That is all right, because might be that I missent my abstract to the committee. that is for another seminar. Yeah. Okay. Let us go. Why I make this title? Because at that time I have to take care and accompany my grandchildren to learn online. And here, yeah, these are my grandchildren. The first is the granddaughter named Quina, and the second is Chatra. Quina learned in the 5th grade of elementary school, and Chatra the 3rd grade. Those are the subject of my study. So I know down everything happens on them in relation to literacy that they achieve, as well, of language literacy, and then, you can see by yourself. Yes, here you are. Okay. In the beginning of pandemic, both of them feel so anxious and worried. They were showing unreadiness. They also feel so disappointed because of missing of playing with friends at school. But I told them, of course, in Bahasa Indonesia, that all beginnings are difficult. I learned that from the thoughts of Rabbi Ismail. Okay. Next. This is the photo of my grandson. Yeah, when trying to adapt to learn independently. I give them free to choose any place at home that they will learn, because the feeling of lesson means a lot for anybody learning, I think. Yes, do you agree with me? And then what do they get during pandemic? I cannot relate this to the suggestions of the committee that I should write things related to after pandemic, because we are now still in the era of pandemic, right? Yeah. Once I was so surprised to know that both of them can be set as being literate in consultation. Before that, for about a month, not a month, half a month, I usually consulted with the teacher whenever the assignments given are not so clear. Of course, I use Bahasa Indonesia, and I start with greeting, and then saying excuse for bothering, and then say the problem faced by my grandchildren, and when everything is solved, then I thank. Yeah. For my surprise, that both of them, after half a month, they can do all this by themselves. Yeah, I was really surprised at that time, because this means that their rhetorical development was formed. As we know that in doing the consultation, I think what they are doing is making a text, and a text is influenced by context of culture and context of situation. In terms of context of culture, what is influenced is the stages or Yes, what they have to say first, next, and after that. And okay, they can learn from the grandma by themselves without I told them, and they can do, they could do that successfully. Okay, so their rhetorical development when consulting was formed. Yeah, in about okay, half a month. Yeah, and then let us go on with their IT literacy improvement, what they achieve. Literate on setting the connection using, sorry, not so clear. Yeah. Through a mobile telephone to a laptop. Yeah. They are literate in doing so. Yeah. And now when I was so busy dressing up myself when when giving a task to involve in the promotion examination, then one of them can even help me to connect WhatsApp from my mobile to the laptop. Yes, using a link sent by anyone to me to my mobile. Yeah, they can they can also find information to Google when the book provided by the state is not complete. Now you know that the government provide books for elementary school students, yeah, which is called buku tema, yeah, thematic book. Yeah, very often the question given by the teacher, yeah, is not there in the textbook, and they can find the information or the answer through Google. It is really amazing, isn't it? That is what we usually do as adults, so they can do that. And other one is when choosing the information from Google by considering the relation with the topic and level concerned. I think I should move to the other. Yes, this is the example of literacy improvement when they have to choose definition through Google. There are 3 definitions. Yeah, you can read through by yourself. And I think I need your help. I just want to know, can I interact with the audience, Pak Widi?
Yes,
Hi.
Yes, you can. Yeah. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which do you think the first, second, or third definition chosen by my granddaughter? Which one? Hi.
Okay, please, participant, you may respond Professor Vivek's question.
And Pak Widi can also respond. Okay. What they found are 3 definitions of pollution. Of course, they are in Bahasa Indonesia, but as this is an international seminar, then I have to translate into English. Yes. Which one, Pak Widi, that my daughter chose? Come on.
I think number 3, the third one. Yeah.
Why so?
I think the pollution is the main point is the harmful things for the environment.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think. Great. Thank you very much. You are 100% correct. Yes, because okay, when reading the first definition, they said, "Oh, this belongs to Bahti." Bahti means grandma. And the second, okay, so complicated. And the third is the simplest one. And okay, here they try to shoot with the information they get in Google text. See, yeah, without they realize their literacy level improve. Yeah, they don't simply choose the first because okay, they find okay earlier before the other, but they still find others and then okay, they do the choice. Because in communicating, I think it is also okay a matter of choosing. Yes, social semiotic. Yeah, as Halliday said. Okay, now let us back to the previous slide. And in mathematics, they, oh sorry, I should add S over there. Mathematics information, usually they search, okay, through Google or Google, yeah, and found a shorter way to solve the problem from Bimble. Bimble is an institution which guide students for learning. Yes, in front of my house there is a Bimble, but they do not like to enroll because they can find the information by themselves. And usually from Bimble, they find even the shorter way of okay solutions of any problem in mathematics given by the teacher, meaning that okay, they improve. Then no, not this one. Yeah, in sport subject, what is improved is their self-confidence. Yeah, because usually the teacher asks them to connect the laptop to YouTube link given by the teacher. Yes, here you are as the example for looking at the model of any movement learned by them or that should be learned by them. Terus a moment please, because I have to connect with the YouTube to show you such an example of movement that they should learn. Here you are. Bisa? Okay, sorry for waiting for okay such a long time because I have to connect this to internet. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Is it annoying? Oh, we can be back to the previous slide. Yes. Lama ini, lama banget nanti. Okay, just go. Nah, yo, previous. Reso. Aduh, payah, payah. Okay. Okay. And then after watching, just imagine that you have watched, okay, what they should watch as a model of movement that they, okay, should have to learn. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Jangan di bank. Lah, di out basic, di stop. Nah. So sorry for keeping you wait for the okay next explanation. Yes.
Hai pemain satu, siap hadapi tantangan ini?
Bisa.
Masuki Valorant dan main sebagai salah satu agen global dari penjuru dunia. Gabungkan FPS, kekuatan supernatural, dan ratusan strategi taktik.
Iya dong.
Okay. Sorry, Prof. Maybe it doesn't run well.
Yeah. That's all right then. I'll be back to Zoom.
Okay.
Back to Zoom.
Sorry.
Please. Yeah. Just imagine that. Okay, my grandchildren have watched. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Yes. Kok usah mau? Nggak usah yang tadi, ini aja langsung ya. Ini dihapus. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And after watching the film, by using the model, they are asked to practice by themselves. Yeah, before submitting to the video. The video to the teacher, sorry. Yes, meaning that they have to record the video, okay, accepted by a sister or her brother. Yes, so they help each other. Yeah, they become more close to each other when doing this such assignment. Yeah, and then when all is completed, they have to check together, yeah, for agreeing or rejecting the result. Bukan ini, yang di atas, sebentar. Aduh, ini kok jalan sendiri. Nah, yeah, when they know that the result of the recording is not good, then okay, they re-record before sending it to the teacher. Yeah. Another literacy that they achieve is knowing the function of every buttons on YouTube, to play, to move forward, to move backward, which they need to watch the video, okay, for learning while watching. Yeah, let us go to the next. Improving their language. Sometimes in their leisure time, I allow them to watch games. Yes, they learn English vocabulary to playing games. For example, okay, game on war for my grandson. He learned the term such as shotgun, enemy, fire, archer, while the other, the granddaughter, okay, in game, okay, called Sakura School on cooking, okay, not only she learn, but also the brother learn, okay, words like sit, carry, sleep, eat, cook, food, drink, book, menu, yes, okay, cafe, swimming pool, swim dress, etc. Yes. Yeah, this is the beginning of learning English, because when the government, okay, had a policy of dismissing English learning for elementary school students, even the school of my children are the model school, but they prefer not to give English as one of the subject. So they learn by themselves. Yeah. At the end of a topic, usually there is a quiz, yeah, which is given through quizzes, meaning that they can find no. They can, okay, see the score by themselves after completing. Yeah. When doing the score checking, yeah, when there is or there are wrong answers, they can check and learn the correction of the answer, usually with a short explanation. Yes. So they realize that before, okay, checking the score or submit the work, they have to first recheck. Yeah, this is also another achievement of not just critical knowledge, but also critical thinking achievement. That means, okay, improvement in critical thinking achievement, but also in IT literacy. Next. Okay. Oh, kok hilang? Yeah. Yeah. Now we come to the nearly last part of this. That is when they have to submit the work. They can submit the work independently. Yeah. We know that the submission of work should be, okay, sent to the teacher personally, not to the group, because, okay, when it is to the group, others can copy their answer. Yeah. When submitting, they do not only submit the work, but also telling that the work belongs, okay, to them respectively. Yeah. Of course, at the beginning, I did that for them, but okay, after around 1.5 months, they can do it, okay, without any assistance. Yeah, I was, okay, so happy when first, okay, I see that they submit correctly. Yeah. Even when it is late, they also can give and explain to the teacher, of course, in Bahasa Indonesia, the reason why this happened. Yeah. So I think they, okay, can get a lot during online learning, okay, in pandemic. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you very much, love, and have a nice day. That's all, Pak Widi. I give back the chance to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Vivi, Prof. Dwi Rukmini. Yeah. Yes. Now it's come to the question answer session. As I have said, I've said previously that the question is the questions are for Professor Sriansa and Professor Dwi Rukmini. And before I will give you chance for the first three questions. Okay, wait a minute. Would you please, Prof. Vivi, to end the slide? So,
yeah.
we must.
Yeah, the end.
Would you please end the last slide? So we must.
That's not mine.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll give you 3 questions. There is one, but R1 in Indriani, and then any more questions? Okay, I'll give you first to Bu in Indriani. Okay, Bu in, okay, please say what the question and to whom are you, the question is for.
Thank you, the committee. Good morning, Prof. Wiwi. Good morning, the committee. It's nice to have you on screen. Prof. Wiwi, how are you?
Fine, and you, love?
I'm good, thank you. Okay, long time no see, Prof.
Yeah.
I was your student
I
in the
miss you much,
master degree.
but I don't remember who you are. Sorry for that.
I do remember. You have a very interesting topic for this for today's meeting. So dealing with the challenges with the in pandemic era. So I have something in mind that I believe the challenges in pandemic era have been faced by both teachers as well as the students. Of course, the teacher, we must be creative, more creative, dealing with the technology, of course, while the students, they need to deal with also the technology, how to cope with the topic, how they do the homework, and so on and so on. But my question is not dealing also only with their capability, but I believe they have some challenges, perhaps for those who live in the remote area and have problem with the internet access, or for example, limited internet access. So my question is how to boost the improvement on their literacy, especially for those, I mean here students, who find some challenges with the technology. I mean, the one who live in the remote area, they hard to get the internet access, or what they have now perhaps is just book giving the task to the teacher. So how to boost the improvement on their literacy, Prof, during their limitation? Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you.
Should I answer, or we have to wait until
I'm waiting for 2 other questions if there is.
Yeah.
There are 2 questions. Is there any? I give you a chance to ask question for both Prof. Suyansa and Prof. Virukmini. Okay, I think it seems that no more question first. So okay, Prof. Vivi. Maybe
Okay.
later Prof. Suyansa will add the answer, or maybe to Prof. Suyansa first. Go in to Prof. Suyansa or Prof. Vivi first. Your questions.
My question belongs to Prof. Wiwi, Bapak.
Oh, Vivi. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Because it seems
Thank
that you
you.
deal to the topic of the first speaker. Okay, okay, Prof. Vivi. Yeah.
Thank you, Mbak Iin, for the questions. Yeah, I think this is not a problem in remote places, but okay, many remote places in Indonesia, yeah, the same problem. Sometimes a family only have one mobile telephone, yeah, but I think there is now a help given by the government that every school, yeah, have what's that? It's helped by the government to have an internet connection, and okay, in a remote place like in say Kawengen, yeah, that is a remote village at Ungaran, yeah. Kelurahan provide a help for people surrounding, yeah, to learn online, yes, at that place. Yeah, this is of course not too many because of lockdown policy. And now so many families, yeah, provide apa itu namanya? Internet connection, yeah, of which the user should pay, yeah, not so much, yeah, because they can have Wi-Fi, and then neighbors having no laptop or mobile, they can join them. Yeah. Do I answer your question? No.
Okay.
A bit.
Okay. Yeah. Buy in.
Yeah. Now so many families have a business on, okay, inviting people having online learning, okay, at home in that place by, okay, charging, okay, them not so expensive. Yes, charge. Okay, maybe the other speaker will add my explanation. So we
Okay,
needn't have to worry too much.
Yeah, I think the question related to Prof. Sujansa presentation also. Okay, so I give time Prof. Sujansa to answer the questions.
The question was how we boost the internet capability, isn't it?
Okay, I will try to say again about the question. How to boost the improvement on their literacy, Prof. Especially for those who have challenges with the limited internet access to technology. How to boost literacy?
You mean the digital literacy, you mean? Yeah, digital literacy. How to boost,
Yeah.
among these. See, first thing that we have to understand is that what is actually the problem? What is the problem? I always believe that to solve any problem, we have to go back to the source of the problem. I mean, if they have problem because of the infrastructure, infrastructure problem, like for example, they don't have internet connection in their village or in the areas, and if they due to economic problems, they cannot afford the to buy or to have this equipment, or if the problem is because we don't have the teachers who can teach them. It all depends on the route, and there is no one, to me personally anyway, one way of dealing with it. It very much depends on what is actually the situation that we need to address first. I think we have to look into that, and we have to get those people who can help, like maybe governments, the Ministry of the Telecommunication, for example, if we have, so we can look into that, and maybe we can as a whole through our Pak Lurah, for example, if ada Pak Lurah, here we have what you call Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri, our government representative, elected one. We can channel our request from them, to them. If the problem is we don't have teachers who teach them, we go to the school, we discuss with the head of the schools, and so on and so forth. I think to understand that and to solve that problem, we have to always go back to the root of the problem, and we tackle that from there, because we do not know exactly what is the problem. It can be any 3 or 4 variables that involve that we need to look into. So there is, to me, it very much depends on that. I hope that answer your question.
Yes, Professor.
Indrayanti.
Yeah, thank you. So the first thing is we need to find the real problem the student faced.
Yes.
Right.
The problem. Then we can tackle the problem based on the cause of it. in our situation, maybe they don't have computers, not enough, like Prof said just now. There are 5 siblings in the family, and at the same time, all of them want to use the the one available equipment available to them, so they have to like fight for it. So in that case, we can maybe help through government's initiative, or through NGOs. We can have the one that we had here. We tried by NGOs. I don't know, I think it happened in Indonesia first. I mean, Indonesia too. We asked people to donate their extra computers, or laptop that they don't use anymore, to those people who need it. I think that is one way that we can help. That we can help. Just an example. Indrayanti. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Bu Iin and Prof. Vivi and Prof. Jansa for the question and answer. And it's very the main point is that look for the root of the problem, and we solve from the root itself. So okay. And then I'm inviting Erlina Zulkifli Mahmud. Miss Erlina, are you here? Because you have a question and you write it down here.
Yeah.
You may ask directly to the presenter, Miss Erlina. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Widi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask directly to the speaker. Okay. My questions will be that I think what happened right now, okay, it's just the same. I mean, the online was a class is not preferable by both teachers and students. So if it is for the students, then we can try to find some ways to make the class interesting and attractive. But my questions will be, what is your opinion, or what is your suggestion if the online class is not preferable by the teachers? Okay, thank you, sir. I think that's all my questions.
Okay. But Erlina, your question is to Prof. Jansa and Prof. Vivi?
Yes.
Prof.
Yes,
Jansa.
both
Okay.
of them. Thank you.
Okay. Prof. Jansa, time is yours.
I didn't get the last sentence that you said just now.
Okay, I'm going to repeat my questions.
The last sentence, just the last sentence.
The last sentence, okay. The online class is not preferable by the teachers.
Oh, no.
So what is your suggestions to overcome that situation? Because you may have the solutions if it is if it concerns with the students, but not with the teachers, right? Okay.
May I answer?
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof.
May I answer?
Silakan, Prof, please.
Okay, actually to Prof. Jansa first. So I give time to Prof. Jansa first.
That's all right then. Later on, I will.
Sorry, Prof.
That's all right.
I'll make Erlina's broken heart. Okay, yeah, Prof. Jansa.
What if the teachers do not prefer the way of teaching? You mean? That is the question. What if the teachers? Well, you have to remember that we cannot afford to not prefer, because we have students, and this is the only available means in which we can, connect to our students. I think there are a lot of people who are not in favor of, including myself. I'm not actually in favor of this online. I think it is very impersonal. It disconnects me from my students, and it affects me as a person, because I don't have the kind of attachment that I used to have when we had face-to-face communication. But the thing is, again, we have to put our preference aside in a way, you know, and we have to put our duty, responsibility to as an educator to. But yeah, I mean, there is one question there from the chat that I noticed from siapa Mbak or Miss Aino Roshida Azmi. She takes your questions. Your questions. And she says that what kind of psychological support which is appropriate for educators to strengthen themselves in the teaching of English amid the pandemic era. So it's, I mean, it's similar to your question. We have to strengthen ourselves. How? What we can do is we can form our own groups, group of teachers who may have the same feeling about online teaching, and you can learn from your colleagues who have high motivation from, I mean, in teaching, or they prefer teaching, and you can learn from them. Yeah, I think this is a matter of tak kenal maka tak cinta lah, tu ya. Itu Prof. I think that is my view.
Okay, thank you, Pak Syamsia. Prof. Rukmini, Prof. Ivi.
Okay, thanks for the chance. I think this also happens everywhere. Yeah, the problem, okay, is not only coming from the student, but also for the teachers themselves. They have lacks of, okay, online learning strategy, yeah, knowledge of that.
The C, Prof.
In the past, what they do, what the teachers do, only give an assignment through mobile telephone and ask the student to learn by themselves. So it was really hard for the parents to guide their children to get into the material, because you know that they very often, yeah, in my place, okay, because that is a state school, then many of them work in a factory and they have lack of information, or they might be forget for what they learned in the past when they were in the elementary school. So the concern, yeah, now buku tema or thematic book provided by the government is exactly different from what they learned in the past. Yeah. When submitting the work, usually I did that. I said to the teachers that I would be happy to be a volunteer, yeah, giving such a lesson to them. Yeah, and they are happy. And I sometimes give comments, suggestions, etc., etc. But later on, after PGRI, you know PGRI, the Association for Teachers. Yeah. What they do, yeah, in Central Java is giving training for them to be literate in online teaching. Yes, and it works a lot up till now. Yes, I know that exactly, because very often I give comment to Bapak Bunyamin, the head of PGRI Central Java PGRI, and I give comments, and then they hold such a training for teachers of elementary school. Yes, it works a lot. Yeah. Okay, that's all. Do I answer your question, Ibu Tanti?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bu Erlina. There are two more questions, and I'd like Pak Yuliati and Ms. Oi Bingbing to ask directly to the presenter. First, Pak Yuliati. Okay, Pak Yuliati. You may ask directly here, because actually Pak Suyata has responded, but maybe you want to share more to the audience. Ya, Pak Yuliadi.
Thank you for the chance to give to me. Actually, my question has been answered by Dr. Sian Saswanto. But the question is, I found some problems during teaching online. For example, the parents do the homework that should be done by the students. So how do we overcome this problem? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yuyadi. And then Miss Oi Bingbing, would you please read your question to? I think you said to Prof. Jansa and Prof. Vivi, or to anyone. Okay, Miss Oi Bingbing.
May I answer?
I think you are asking question, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to Professor Suyansa and Professor Rukmini for sharing with us the portrait of what's happening on work. And I personally feel that we are not alone, and it's encouraging anyway. I would like to ask question actually dealing with what might we are facing as a teachers or educators in the future. That is a new normal learning conditions. As a part of a fact, we know that there are some of the curriculum might not be fully covered during this online learning due to, for example, time restrictions, and then all those challenges that might face at this moment. As a school, then, do you have any suggestions? How should we resume the lessons when we start to welcome back the students at schools? So it's more on dealing with this curriculum's delivery. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Miss Oi Bingbing. Okay, so the question from Pak Yuliadi is about the problem in teaching online, that sometimes problems, parents try to do students' work, yeah, Pak?
Oh, that's bad.
Sorry. The problem with parents, students, I observed the found parents doing tasks or assignment that should be done by student. Okay, so that's the point, I think. And then for from Ms. Oi Bingbing about there are some part of the curriculum which cannot be delivered in online curriculum. So what's your suggestion? I give the first chance to Prof. Vivi first.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Tumben. Okay. Yes.
Gantian, bro.
Yes, that's all right then. Thank you for the chance. Okay. I think the teacher has got what's that? A strategy, yes, that can be applied when giving assignment to the student, so that they know exactly that the work, okay, is done by the student themselves, not the parents. And okay, what is done by the model schools of my grandchildren is that once in 3 or 4 days, the teacher have Zoom meeting with the students and ask question, okay, personally, and they really happy, yes, because they can meet the friends, they chat, yes, okay. And for those who suspect to be okay helped by the parents, okay, usually okay, I'll check by the teacher, yeah, to know their real competence, and they okay, and the teacher can get the answer for okay his or her suspicion. Okay, that is for the okay.
Yuliarti.
And the next, no, about the curriculum which is uncovered. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, because I think there is also in English learning that is for junior and high school, the fulfillment of all materials in the curriculum, yeah, it is all right because when the student know how to learn, then okay, they can learn and further the learning by themselves. And okay, once in a while when they get problem, they can consult with the teacher. And the communication between the student and the teacher in online learning becomes so flexible. Okay, I myself, yeah, okay, I myself get annoyed with this online learning for the time for consultation and then asking for clarification of anything. Okay, it's unlimited in terms of the time. I sometimes get questions from my students in the evening. Yeah, that's really annoying, isn't it? Yes, but I should be very patient and answer all of them. And the complaint usually come from my grandchildren. Kok raiso-iso toh, Mbah? Gitu. Because they can help themselves, see? Yes, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rukmini. Prof. Suyansa, time's yours.
First, responding to the Pak
ELTLT.
Yeah. As I responded in the chat, I said that maybe as we know our students and we know their capabilities, right? I mean, cognitive abilities, I mean, yeah. And you can tell whether, certain group of students, especially when it comes to language teaching, yeah, the kind of language they produce, you can see if like suddenly your say lower intermediate student, yeah, producing something which is very advanced or almost textbook like language, so you can almost say that it is not the student's work, from your familiarity with the students, from your past experience, or you can also, as I said, maybe you can, if it is for assessment purposes, so you may want to have a series of tasks for them to do, and you can see that whether there is a consistency in terms of language they produce, yeah. So that is another way that you can detect, yeah, you can detect. But that is what I think that we can probably do, unless you others have any ideas to share, with us here. You can just maybe share in the chat, yeah, in the chat. Yeah. So I hope that somehow Pak Yuliadi, Mas Yuliadi, I hope I answer your questions. Yeah.
What about the second question from Miss Oi Bing Bing, Prof.
Miss Oi Bing Bing. Now, are you talking about language skills? Now, if you refer to language curriculum, especially when it comes to language development, you can see that there are transferable skills that students gain over the years, transferable skills. I mean, if they have that, if you can identify those transferable skills and create assignment or tasks that can cover one or two areas of the topics in your curriculum, that is another strategy. have to strictly follow, one strategy for one topic or one part of the syllabus. Yeah, you can do like 2 or 3 things by doing one task. Yeah, that involve them to apply, certain skills, the so-called transferable skills. That is what you can do, because language is language in the sense that you do you use language to perform certain functions, right? Certain functions to explain, to clarify, to greet. Now, if you have or to suggest, so if you can have 1 or 2 or 3 tasks or assignments that can combine, can be combined, and you can use these transferable skills, to help you achieve or complete the syllabus. So the keyword there is transferable skills, because language is to enable us to function socially, linguistically, right? So we have to do that. That is my opinion. Yeah, the transferable skills.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Siansa. And it seems that the time is almost over, and still one participant raising hand. So I think this is the last.
Excuse me, may I add something, love?
Okay, maybe very quick. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. For the what's that? Unfulfilled material in the curriculum, I think we in case of student of higher education, we can provide unsynchronized lesson like the one that we had, and we can just simply upload that in Elena, and the student can learn by themselves. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, actually there are two questions then. Okay, one is from Ms. Wuri. Okay, and then the other one is from Tracy Joan. Yeah. Okay, so I'll give the opportunity for Ms. Wuri. I think you are raising hand since. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I was wondering about the action from the higher educations to prepare pre-service teacher, because they've already done enough research to see the challenges in the field for the past 2 years. I was wondering what suggestions you both give for higher educations in both Indonesia and Malaysia to prepare pre-service teacher to be more proficient in terms of preparing their remote learning, and also to be more digitally literate. Another questions would be, what do you both think about emerging social media as a learning platform for students? Because both Indonesia and Malaysia are a high user of social media, and it's actually pretty accessible, and government also help us to basically lower the bandwidth for both of them. So what do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Muri. And then I will read the question from Ms. Tracy Joan. As we know that nowadays school and tertiary education having partial school closure means a lot of students would be at home. The problem is that now when children are at home, parents thought their children are only having short session, not lecture. So even when they are having classes, parents sometimes ask them to do house chores during lectures. What is your opinion on the matter? Should online learning be shortened and giving more project or assignment, and how? Thank you. Okay, so there are two questions. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now go to Professor Answer first again.
I mean,
two questions. Yeah.
Hi, Tracy. Is it Tracy? Tracy, yeah. Tracy, yeah. May I answer Tracy first?
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Tracy, the question was how do we? Well, I think if you have heard of flipped classroom, you give the student assignments So you give them tasks to do. You design a task that require them to prepare or complete before they join you in class beforehand. I think that would help that would help with their attention span, student attention span. Virtual classroom is actually giving the student responsibility. Is more like teacher-centered, student-centered learning. But of course, you need to give them training and make them understand of this concept, because I tried personally, not with children, but with my postgraduate students when I first learned about this flipped classroom concepts. And I asked them to do assignment, and then came to the class, do presentation, they didn't take it very nicely. They said that I was doing this to make them work, but I myself do not do the work. So that was the kind of response, because they did not understand, the kind of, because they were used to the kind of way of teaching, the old ways of like students, teacher-centered one. Yeah, they come to the class, and then they expect us to just, give lectures, they take notes, and then go home, finish. All right. So this is something that you can start, especially with the new ones. Yeah, this is the way that people are learning nowadays. The the concept of autonomous learning. Yeah, collaborative learning. All these 21st century skills that you may be familiar with. All right. So I think we don't have to spend so much time, with the students. But the thing is, you need a very good planning. You need to plan well, and you need to know what you want to do with them. Yeah, and you have to give them clear instruction. That is the key instruction. You give them work. You don't have to spend like 1 or 2 hours with them. On the old days, that's the thing that we do when we do face to face. But I think with now the current situation, because you see, if you look at the screen far too long, that is not good for you. And our attention span is very short. Yeah. So if you just listen without doing anything, it is boring. So you might as well, ask them to do something, ask them to present, ask them to share experience. That would help. Yeah. And we have also to to make parents also understand, the new way of learning. Yeah, is different from the old way. All right. So, Prof, if you have any ideas on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Prof. Vivi?
I think I will add a bit on giving assignment, because I never give assignment to my student without giving such an input, even it is a little, but I usually give an input, such an introduction, and then what they have to learn, not just from the book, but from the experience as well. Yes. And for things which is usually called scientific, then I provide material for unsynchronized. Yes. And then we upload that in Elena, and students can learn by themselves. I usually do this, and for students of undergraduate, and later on when the time for having Zoom meeting comes, and then I have asked in that material that they have to list up what they do not know. And the person answering the question is not only me, myself, but also their friends. And this is really great because sometimes I only have to add a little, yes, after listening to their conversation or solving a problem. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, what about the question from Ms. Muri about how we Indonesian and Malaysian higher education prepare the in-service teachers for facing this situation? I think it hasn't been talked about.
No. I think, Prof, maybe you want to
okay.
answer first.
Prof. Vivi?
What about if we ask them to watch YouTube? Yes, and they can learn the strategy, and there is always explanation on that. Or we can choose just one model, and then, okay, we can talk about that in Zoom meeting. Yes.
Okay. Prof.
If
okay.
they have to, you mean in-service training, meaning that
student teacher, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, at school, or we prepare or we give such training before they go to real location. In-service training means, okay, preparation or what?
I think the question is related.
It's it's a pre-service teacher. The teacher who are basically PPL students, I think.
Okay, before going to the place or to the site, jadi sebelum pergi ke sana. Okay, get it. Yes, I think they can, okay, see a model, and the model, I think, for me, the model can be from the teacher. I think that will be more sophisticated, and okay, they will give more attention on that, and they may ask or questions, and we also ask them to watch YouTube, and there are a lot of models provided in YouTube, and they can learn them, and after that discuss. Yes.
Okay, Prof. Jansa, in Malaysian context.
Pre-service, yeah, I think we need to include more of this, more of more courses in the curriculum. Pre-service teachers curriculum. Okay, we need to include more of this because it will be there. We are constantly, and I believe that this digital learning is going to be there with us. Yeah, even after this, because we have experience, we have gained the knowledge, and we have to further equip our students and also give them better training than before. In our curriculum, we should include more of that. That is my personal. We really do need to include more digital or IT related courses that enable them to use later when they go to school. And secondly, what do you think about emerging social media as a learning platform to upload learning materials to improve accessibility on online material? And this is something very good. Yeah, but of course, there is an issue of copyright issues that we need to we have to observe and be careful about, because if we do it wrongly, maybe it's good, but it can put us in trouble. We can get in trouble because of that. But yeah, I mean, it is in principle, it is good. It is very good, and it encourages students to be autonomous, yeah, and we can disseminate knowledge more extensively. But again, copyright is one issue that we have to be careful with when it comes to sharing materials to improve the accessibility. We can get trapped, we can get sued otherwise. I think that is my take.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Sriansa and Professor Dwi Rukmini for a very nice, productive discussion. And we almost come up to the end of this second session. I think I should wrap up that the main point, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all aspects, and especially in our field of language teaching, the problem become more problematic, and that not just teaching is one to see, but also there are so many things that have to be considered, and problems also come with in the grassroots about how we deal with this pandemic. So thank you very much. I would like to say to Associate Professor Sriansa from University of Malaysia Sabah and Professor Dwi Rukmini from UNES for this nice and productive discussion. Okay, let's give a very big applause to both presenters. Thank you very much, and
thank you very much.
Thank you, and see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sriansa, Prof. Wiwi.
Mr. Moderator, thank you, Prof. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Terima kasih, Pak Sriansa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sun.
Itu Prof. Rudi ya tuh?
Ya, betul.
Ya. Thank you so much.
Tidak ada ambil gambar ya?
After the end of this,
ambil gambar.
Oh, sorry. At the end of this session, I will give back to Miss Girindra as the master of ceremony. Bukir, time is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Widya as the moderator, and also all the insightful speakers, Prof. Dwi Rukmini and also Dr. Shah. Okay, on behalf of the committee, before we end the session, we would like to present a certificate for the plenary speakers. So the first certificate is for for Mr. Darren Doyle, PhD. Thank you, Mr. Darren Doyle, for attending this conference as a plenary speaker, and also Mr. Sriansa Swanto, PhD, Dr. Shah, thank you very much for joining us. And also for our Professor Dr. Dwi Rukmini. So thank you very much for your participations. Right now we would like to have a photo sessions for all plenary speakers to join us. So you can just turn on the camera and we will take the pictures for you. Okay.
No freestyle?
Yes. sorry. Okay, 1, 2, 3 again. Okay, next, 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, so this is the end of the second plenary session. So after the break, we will have the parallel sessions and also the third plenary sessions. So for the parallel speakers will be conducted in 6 parallel breakout rooms. So if you have finished your lunch break, you can just assign yourself to the room that has been given here in the Zoom meeting. So thank you very much. And also because there are several changes in title of a presenter's title and also schedule. So we would like to send you the latest versions of the program book tonight. So please be aware if there are some changes and then you can use the latest versions for your documentation, for your purposes. Okay, so thank you very much for all participants. So we'll have 1 hour break and we'll be back at 1 for the parallel sessions. And for you who hasn't got any breakout room yet because you are not supposed to present today, or maybe you just sign up as a participant, you can choose any room that you like and you can just visit any room that you like. Okay, thank you very much and see you in 1 hour.
Terima kasih Pak Suyansa sudah bergabung dengan kami.
Terima kasih.
Ya, ya. Selamat dan sukses untuk semuanya.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Ya.
Ya.
Banyak gambar di pantai kat Andrew. Sintan dengan tas ibu.
the study program has been nationally accredited with a recognition. The study program has an encouraging academic environment and administrative supports which create an ideal place to excel at what you want to learn and study. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English literature, linguistics, and translation with a real chance and opportunity for you to be writers, journalists, editors, translators, interpreters, linguists, and other kinds of professions with excellence in expertise.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. The lecturers here are indeed young, energetic, efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. The lecturers have an enviable ability to hold the audience enthralled through frequent changes of pace, humor, and fascinating asides on history. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting but also online classroom. The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English Department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen a lecturer having such a following. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
I'm currently working as a translator and interpreter at the National Cyber and Crypto Agency here in Jakarta. And the courses that I took at UNES are still relevant up until now to the job that I'm currently doing, such as the comprehensive knowledge of English language and basic translation and interpreting and also public speaking, as I do more interpreting tasks that require me to talk in front of people. And I think there are several courses that might be valuable to be added to the curriculum, especially for the students who wish to pursue a career as a translator or interpreter in the future. such as the translation and technology and media analysis.
I'm working as a full-time journalist in bola.com. It's a sports news portal, a member of Kapan Lagi Universe, a group of MTech. Of course, I've tried so many jobs. I also worked as a marketing support in sales and marketing division, and then content writer, social media staff. And my job was to manage multimedia and thingy. But now I'm a sport journalist precisely. If I'm not mistaken, I got many basic courses from listening, reading, writing of course, and then speaking, and they gradually level up into intermediate and so on. So I can simply say yes, it did help me improve my English skill, and it is really helpful, especially the writing course, because my job is writing. I write like every single day.
Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts, since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, and translation. Currently, the English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds an international class. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English language teaching, applied linguistics, and translation, with a real chance and opportunity for you to be teachers, writers, linguists, translators, and other kinds of professions with excellence in their expertise. Our study program has an academic and administrative supports which bring in an actual place to excel at what you need to learn and study. Interactive is what makes the difference, and a lot of time is allotted for each subject. The teaching modules are thus valuable for students with varying degrees of sophistication. The learning environment is both formal and informal, and the setting of class surroundings is tranquil and beautiful, all combine to make English Education Study Program a unique and thoroughly enjoyable educational opportunity.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meetings, but also online classroom. Our lecturers here are indeed efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. We have young, energetic members who bring you success in English and English education in particular. Moreover, we have a chance for communication with international audience since it provides intensive lectures, courses with advanced lab and teaching demonstration and training. Our lecturers are highly motivated young specialists aspiring to new knowledge. They can give any more great teaching and learning experience in a very friendly atmosphere. The most important aspect is that this leads to a step-by-step fellowship, leading to higher level of education. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to contribute to this outstanding study program.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem.
Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. I'm a student of Education and Art Faculty of Universitas Negeri Semarang. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen a lecturer having such a following. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
Right now, I am 2019 Fulbright Badan Bahasa Indonesian Language Teaching Fellow at Harvard University. So basically, I am a Indonesian language instructor at Harvard Kennedy School, teaching Indonesian language course for foreigners. And prior to my assignment here at Harvard University, I was actually working as an English lecturer in West Borneo at Paman Talino College of Education. So I've been very thankful and grateful to be part of English education department at Universitas Negeri Semarang, because I remember when I was there, I found so many an amazing experience, and the professor were tremendously helpful. I joined so many students' activities, which helped me to excel professionally to be where I am today.
I'm now the director of Kampung Inggris Semarang, an English course in Semarang. So I think the skills and the materials that I myself learned, and also the teachers learn in the universities, are still relevant in our service. I have observed that English education program now provide more courses that enable the students to be ready to teach when later on they become teachers. Even there are some courses that I didn't get when I was still a student. For example, like entrepreneurship, and then ICT for language learning, ELT for young learners, and other courses. So I think the English education program is trying to give the best for the students, to provide them with more skills that the students need later on.
Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts, since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, and translation. Currently, the English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds an international class. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English language teaching, applied linguistics and translation, with a real chance and opportunity for you to be teachers, writers, linguists, translators, and other kinds of professions with excellence in their expertise. Our study program has an academic and administrative supports which bring in an actual place to excel at what you need to learn and study. Interactive is what makes the difference, and a lot of time is allotted for each subject. The teaching modules are thus valuable for students with varying degrees of sophistication. The learning environment is both formal and informal, and the setting of class surroundings is tranquil and beautiful, all combine to make English Education Study Program a unique and thoroughly enjoyable educational opportunity.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting, but also online classroom. Our lecturers here are indeed efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. We have young, energetic members who bring you success in English and English education in particular. Moreover, we have a chance for communication with international audience since it provides intensive lectures, also with advanced lab and teaching demonstration and training. Our lecturers are highly motivated young specialists aspiring to new knowledge. They can give any more great teaching and learning experience in a very friendly atmosphere. The most important aspect is that this leads to a step-by-step fellowship, leading to higher level of education. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to contribute to this outstanding study program.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people who need it the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. I'm a student of Education and Art Faculty of Universitas Negeri Semarang. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen lecturer having such a follower. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
Right now, I am 2019 Fulbright Badan Bahasa Indonesian Language Fellow at Harvard University. So basically, I am a Indonesian language instructor at Harvard Kennedy School, teaching Indonesian language course for foreigners. And prior to my assignment here at Harvard University, I was actually working as an English lecturer in West Borneo at Paman Talino College of Education. So I've been very thankful and grateful to be part of English Education Department at University Negeri Semarang, because I remember when I was there, I found so many an amazing experience, and the professor were tremendously helpful. I joined so many students' activities, which helped me to excel professionally to be where I am today.
I'm now the director of Kampung Inggris Semarang, an English course in Semarang. So I think the skills and the materials that I myself learned and also the teachers learn in the universities are still relevant in our service. I have observed that English education program now provide more courses that enable the students to be ready to teach when later on they become teachers. There are some courses that I didn't get when I was still a student. For example, like entrepreneurship, and then ICT for language learning, ELT for young learners, and other courses. So I think the English education program is trying to give the best for the students, to provide them with more skills that the students need later on.
Program Studi Sastra Inggris or English Literature Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is going to be outstanding and internationally reputable in the field of literature, linguistics, and translation. Currently, the study program has been nationally accredited with a recognition. The study program has an encouraging academic environment and administrative supports which create an ideal place to excel at what you want to learn and study. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English literature, linguistics, and translation with a real chance and opportunity for you to be writers, journalists, editors, translators, interpreters, linguists, and other kinds of professions with excellence in expertise.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable university, domestic and overseas. The lecturers here are indeed young, energetic, efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. The lecturers have an enviable ability to hold the audience enthralled through frequent changes of pace, humor, and fascinating asides on history. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting but also online classroom.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen lecturer having such a following. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
I'm currently working as a translator and interpreter at the National Cyber and Crypto Agency here in Jakarta. And the courses that I took at UNES are still relevant up until now to the job that I'm currently doing, such as the comprehensive knowledge of English language and basic translation and interpreting and also public speaking, as I do more interpreting tasks that require me to talk in front of people. And I think there are several courses that might be valuable to be added to the curriculum, especially for the students who wish to pursue a career as a translator or interpreter in the future, such as the translation and technology and media analysis.
I'm working as a full-time journalist in bola.com. It's a sports news portal, a member of Kapan Lagi Universe, a group of fintech. Of course, I've tried so many jobs. I also worked as a marketing support in sales and marketing division, and then content writer, social media staff. And then my job was to manage multimedia and thingy. But now I'm a sport journalist precisely. If I'm not mistaken, I got many basic courses from listening, reading, writing of course, and then speaking, and they gradually level up into intermediate and so on. So I can simply say yes, it did help me improve my English skill, and it is really helpful, especially the writing course, because my job is writing. I write like every single day.
Program Studi Sastra Inggris or English Literature Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is going to be outstanding and internationally reputable in the field of literature, linguistics, and translation. Currently, the study program has been nationally accredited with a recognition. The study program has an encouraging academic environment and administrative supports which create an ideal place to excel at what you want to learn and study. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English literature, linguistics, and translation with a real chance and opportunity for you to be writers, journalists, editors, translators, interpreters, linguists, and other kinds of professions with excellence in expertise.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable university, domestic and overseas. The lecturers here are indeed young, energetic, efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. The lecturers have an enviable ability to hold the audience enthralled through frequent changes of pace, humor, and fascinating asides on history. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting but also online classroom.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English Department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen a lecturer having such a follower. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
I'm currently working as a translator and interpreter at the National Cyber and Crypto Agency here in Jakarta. And the courses that I took at UNES are still relevant up until now to the job that I'm currently doing, such as the comprehensive knowledge of English language and basic translation and interpreting and also public speaking, as I do more interpreting tasks that require me to talk in front of people. And I think there are several courses that might be valuable to be added to the curriculum, especially for the students who wish to pursue further with mathematics or career in the future, such as the information and technology and media.
I'm working as a full-time journalist in ELTLT. It's a sports news portal, a member of Kapan Universe, a group of MBA. Of course, I've tried so many jobs. I also worked as a marketing support in sales and marketing division, and then content writer, social media staff. And then my job was to manage multimedia and thingy. But now I'm a sport journalist precisely. If I'm not mistaken, I got many basic courses from listening, reading, writing, of course, and then speaking, and they gradually level up into intermediate and so on. So I can simply say yes, it did help me improve my English skill, and it is really helpful, especially the writing course, because my job is writing. I write like every single day.
Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts. Since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics and translation. Currently, the English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds an international class. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English language teaching, applied linguistics and translation, with real chance and opportunity for you to be teachers, writers, linguists, translators, and other kinds of professions with excellence in their expertise. Our study program has an academic and administrative supports which bring in an actual place to excel at what you need to learn and study. Interactive is what makes the difference, and a lot of time is allotted for each subject. The teaching modules are thus valuable for students with varying degrees of sophistication. The learning environment is both formal and informal, and the setting of class surroundings is tranquil and beautiful, all combined to make English Education Study Program a unique and thoroughly enjoyable educational opportunity.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting but also online classroom. Our lecturers here are indeed efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. We have young, energetic members who bring you success in English and English education in particular. Moreover, we have a chance for communication with international audience since it provides intensive lectures, also with advanced lab and teaching demonstration and training. Our lecturers are highly motivated young specialists, aspiring to new knowledge. They can give any more great teaching and learning experience in a very friendly atmosphere. The most important aspect is that this leads to a step-by-step fellowship, leading to a higher level of education. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to contribute to this outstanding study program.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings with the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. I'm a student of Education and Art Faculty of Universitas Negeri Semarang. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen lecturer having such a following. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
Right now, I am 2019 Fulbright Badan Bahasa Indonesian Language Fellow at Harvard University. So basically, I am a Indonesian language instructor at Harvard Kennedy School, teaching Indonesian language course for foreigners. And prior to my assignment here at Harvard University, I was actually working as an English lecturer in West Borneo at Paman Italino College of Education. So I've been very thankful and grateful to be part of English Education Department at Universitas Negeri Semarang, because I remember when I was there, I found so many an amazing experience, and the professor were tremendously helpful. I joined so many students' activities, which helped me to excel professionally to be where I am today.
I'm now the director of Kampung Inggris Semarang, an English course in Semarang. So I think the skills and the materials that I myself learn and also the teachers learn in the universities are still relevant in our service. I have observed that English education program now provide more courses that enable the students to be ready to teach when later on they become teachers. Even there are some courses that I didn't get when I was still a student. For example, like entrepreneurship, and then ICT for language learning, ELT for young learners, and other courses. So I think the English education program is trying to give the best for the students, to provide them with more skills that the students need later on.
Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts. Since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, and translation. Currently, the English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds an international class. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English language teaching, applied linguistics, and translation, with a real chance and opportunity for you to be teachers, writers, linguists, translators, and other kinds of professions with excellence in their expertise. Our study program has an academic and administrative supports which bring in an actual place to excel at what you need to learn and study. Interactive is what makes the difference, and a lot of time is allotted for each subject. The teaching modules are thus valuable for students with varying degrees of sophistication. The learning environment is both formal and informal, and the setting of class surroundings is tranquil and beautiful, all combine to make English Education Study Program a unique and thoroughly enjoyable educational opportunity.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting but also online classroom. Our lecturers here are indeed efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. We have young, energetic members who bring you success in English and English education in particular. Moreover, we have a chance for communication with international audience since it provides intensive lectures, course with advanced lab and teaching demonstration and training. Our lecturers are highly motivated young specialists aspiring to new knowledge. They can give any more great teaching and learning experience in a very friendly atmosphere. The most important aspect is that this leads to a step-by-step fellowship, leading to higher level of education. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to contribute to this outstanding study program.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people who need it the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. I'm a student of Education and Art Faculty of Universitas Negeri Semarang. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen lecturer having such a following. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
Right now, I am 2019 Fulbright Badan Bahasa Indonesian Language Teaching Fellow at Harvard University. So basically, I am a Indonesian language instructor at Harvard Kennedy School, teaching Indonesian language course for foreigners. And prior to my assignment here at Harvard University, I was actually working as an English lecturer in West Borneo at Paman Talino College of Education. So I've been very thankful and grateful to be part of English Education Department at University Negeri Semarang, because I remember when I was there, I found so many an amazing experience, and the professor were tremendously helpful. I joined so many students' activities, which helped me to excel professionally to be where I am today.
I'm now the director of Kampung Inggris Semarang, an English course in Semarang. So I think the skills and the materials that I myself learn, and also the teachers learn in the universities, are still relevant in our service. I have observed that English education program now provide more courses that enable the students to be ready to teach when later on they become teachers. Even there are some courses that I didn't get when I was still a student. For example, like entrepreneurship, and then ICT for language learning, ELT for young learners, and other courses. So I think the English education program is trying to give the best for the students, to provide them with more skills that the students need later on.
kayak biru saja.
Halo Pak Ruli, minta jadikan co-host. Halo?
Bu Tohiria. Bu, saya di join break room 4 ya, Bu.
Oh iya.
Pak Saifuddin, ya makasih Bu.
Jadi
Ria, maaf saya tolong dikembalikan ke R6. Tadi itu agak error kembali ke ruang utama.
Oh baik Bu.
Iya, terima kasih Rina. R6.
Bu, boleh saya dimasukkan ke breakout room yang ke-6 nggak?
Ya, baik.
Soalnya saya dari tadi mau join ke breakout 6 nggak bisa.
Oh iya.
Saya juga dong, Bu.
Halo Pak Ruli. Halo Pak Ruli.
Oke, sebentar. Suara saya kedengaran nggak Bu Imas?
Iya, kedengaran.
Oke, alhamdulillah. Oke, wait ya. Yeah, wait.
Yes.
For all the participants in this main room, please be patient. Our host is.
Bu Yu sudah jadi co-host Bu Yu.
Okay, right. I try to join the breakout room one. Okay, for other participants and presenters in the main room, please wait for a moment while our host program is fixing something with the system. Okay, thank you. Prima Puspitasari, mohon tunggu sebentar ya. Saya juga moderator room 1 malah belum bisa masuk room 1. Please be patient.
Ya,
saya juga on duty harusnya. I think the host needs time to do something with the system, with the staff. Semoga segera bisa dimasukkan. Iya, mohon maaf semuanya, all the presenters or all the participants who are still in the main room. I hope all of you are patient now while our host is still fixing something with the system. Okay, hopefully the reparations or the adjusting thing with the system is settled soon. Belum bisa. Coba. Tadi tuh klik terus. Oh, oke. Ini udah diinfo. Oke, yes. Thank you ya.
Pak Ruli.
Jeff, Lulu raise hand. Halo? Lulu, mboten Jeff? Oh, Jeff sampun. Welcome Bapak Ibu from room 4. I think room 4 has, I think all the panel speakers from room 4 has finished with the presentation. So I would like to inform you all from room 4 that we had an internet problem before here. So the sessions for the plenary sessions will be started in about like 2:20 until 2:30. So if you like to have yourself a break, I would like to welcome you to do that. And then please be back for the next plenary sessions at 2:20 p.m. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone.
Halo Rita.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Wait, I'm here. Yes, Bu Rita mau
Mbak
masuk
Gerindra,
dulu.
halo.
Mana Ibu? Ini Bu Rita. Halo Bu Rita.
Ya Mbak, halo, kok kecil sekali yang saya ya?
Oh ya, halo
Iya.
Rita. Gimana?
Ya, I see.
Bentar, saya
Oke, oke.
bentar.
No, I can hear you now.
Oke.
Should we go back to the main room because of the plenary session?
Halo, Bu Rita.
Ya.
Oke. Ya, so this is the main room, Ibu. Kita nanti mulai plenary session pukul 2.20 sampai 22.30 ya Ibu. Ya, mohon maaf ini tadi ada mati listrik jadi mundur yang di ruangan-ruangan sebelahnya.
Saya yang jadi panik. Saya kira ini tadi saya kan di breakout room tadi di room 4. Ternyata sudah di main room waktu saya lihat. Kaget gue. Oke, jadi tinggal nunggu plenary session ya sekarang ya?
Iya, tapi ini sudah mulai berkembali ke sini Bu. Ini dari room 5 juga sudah selesai, sudah ada di sini juga.
Oh gitu. Ya tadi di grup 4 tadi udah selesai kayaknya, nggak ada yang ngomong.
Iya, karena iya betul, karena mahasiswa yang di room 4 tidak ada kendala listrik karena tidak di rumah, yang di kampus malah listriknya hilang.
Siap-siap kalau mahasiswa kita juga gitu, Bu. Di tempat saya mati listrik, padahal enggak. Aduh.
Kalau ini kebalik, Bu. Justru yang di rumah malah bagus. Yang di kampus listriknya mati semua.
Oh. Kebalikannya.
Iya, ini malah kebalikan. Biasanya juga tidak, ini nggak tahu nih kok.
Iya.
Tapi sudah nyala, cuma ya tadi sempat ada gangguan.
Oke.
Bu Rita, apa kabar?
Baik, Mbak. Hari ini aja udah kita ini bener-bener deh ya, depan laptop sepanjangan webinar ini, webinar itu.
Iya, sekarang karena model Zoom nggak bisa bilang nggak bisa. Ini untuk yang selanjutnya kan sesi dengan Dokter Napak. Ini Dokter Napak kayaknya masih ada di paralel, sepertinya masih mengikuti sesi. Bisa ditunggu dulu ya Ibu ya, nanti kalau sudah pukul 2.20 atau 2.30 bisa kembali lagi, kita akan mulai sesi plenary sesi 3 dengan Dokter Napak jadi silent content. Terima kasih.
Monggo Mbak.
Welcome Bapak Ibu from room 5. Welcome to the main room. So we are still waiting for the other participants to join us because we have a sort of internet and electricity problem before. So the parallel session is actually quite disturbed. We will not postpone the session so long. So at 2:30 or 2:20 or 2:30, if Dr. Napak has been here with us, so we will start the plenary sessions very soon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bapak Ibu from room 3 is just joined back with us. So there will be a quite delayed because we got some internet problem before because of the electricity. So we will start the third plenarizations at 2:30. So if you'd like to get yourself refreshed and get a quick break, so we welcome you to do so, and we'll be back here at 2:30 p.m. for the next plenary sessions. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Napak.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. So what time are we supposed to start?
Okay, so we're supposed to start at 2. However, we got some electricity problem because that all of the internet here at the campus off. So the presentation is delayed for about 20 to 30 minutes. It's different each room. But it's almost ready. I think it's now 2:25, so we can start in 5 minutes if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will check if Ibu Wuli has been here, the moderator. Ibu Wuli, are you here already with us?
Yeah, I'm here, Dirindra. Hello, Dr. Napaan. Hi. Nice to meet you here, Doctor.
Nice to meet you too.
How are you?
I am good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. I'm good, thank you. What time is it now there? The same here in
Yeah,
Semarang?
same, yeah. 2:20,
Okay.
yeah, 2:22.
Yeah. We wait for about 5 minutes, ya, Ibu. Okay.
So other participants are still in the
Parallel sessions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there has been a blackout in the campus. So some parallel sessions are still going on. So, participants here, 42, include us, because they are done with their parallel sessions in other rooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Ibu Wuli. So if they have finished with their sessions, I think we'll be back here into the main room. And some other participants who has finished the parallel sessions also have a quick break because we have informed them that
no
we will
problem.
start at 2:30. So we're waiting for us to be back here together. So we allow the participants to just have a quick break. So we'll start in for about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Well, Dr. Napaon,
Yes.
am I right to pronounce your name?
Yes.
Okay, Napaon Sritrakam.
Just say Sitrakan.
Sitrakan, okay. Yeah. It's your nickname. Does it mean something, Ibu? Does it mean something, Doctor?
You mean my last name?
Yes, and Napakon? Can you explain the meaning of your name?
Napakon means it is a very lady name. So if I'm not wrong with the meaning, I think it means the lucky lady or something.
Okay. I think that's true. You are a lucky lady. Yeah? Napakon. Napakon means a lucky lady. Isn't it? Okay.
Like that, yes.
And the last name? Family name?
My last name, Sitrakan. First of all, Si, the first single word means blessing. And the last two words means beautiful.
Whoa! So the lucky, the lucky lady who is beautiful. Sri, it sounds like Japanese name. My name is also Sri, right? Sri Wuli Fitriati. You see?
Your name is very hard to pronounce. Yesterday, I asked Dr. Yusnita to tell me easy way to pronounce your name. She said, just say Dr. Wuli.
Yeah. Just call me Wuli. What I mean is your last name, the first syllable of your last name, Sri, is like my first name, Sri.
Do you spell it the same way, S-R-I?
Sri means here, what is it, Kirindra? Goddess, yeah, Devi, yeah. Goddess of rice, yeah. From Japanese name, not Japanese, but Japanese, yeah. Japanese name.
So is it the same in Indonesia that when you give someone the name, that name will have the meaning?
Sure. Yeah. When we have meaning, I think it has meaning. Yeah. Any name here, even Kirindra Putri Dewi Saraswati also has a meaningful meaning.
Wow.
Okay, so now we know that the meaning of your name, Ibu Dr. Napakon, is a lucky lady who is beautiful from Thailand.
Oh my God.
That's great. How is it pandemic going there?
Oh, it's quite serious in my country. Like we have every day more than 20,000 new cases. Is it the same in Indonesia?
I think so. The same here. Have you got your vaccine already?
Oh, not yet.
Not yet.
I haven't received one. How about yourself?
Yes, I have. Twice, yeah.
Shot. Oh, that's good.
Twice, yes.
Wow.
So it's not obligation in your country to have vaccine?
It is obligated, but it's not enough.
I
So
see.
actually, I was supposed to be injected on the 9th of this month, and then it was postponed, and they said they focus on the elderly.
I see.
So they postponed my category, and they say they will inform us again when to return.
So they are going to announce through WhatsApp message or something to let you know?
In Thailand, we use Line application.
Sorry, online.
Yeah, so WhatsApp is not very common. But some people use WhatsApp, but we have Line. So yeah, they keep us posted on Line application.
I see. So they will notice you, yeah? They will not notify you.
Yeah.
If it's your turn to get injected.
Which I don't know when.
Yeah, just ready for that, yeah? Dr. Napakon, yeah.
During this time, I just have to keep safe and, look after myself.
Right. In what city are you living?
I'm living in the city named Khon Kaen.
Oh, yeah, the Khon Kaen campus of your university.
Yeah, it's in the northeast east of Thailand.
Yeah, northeast. Okay.
Sorry if Dr. Wuli and Dr. Napak. I think we can just start now because some of the participants have been here.
Okay.
So good afternoon and welcome back, parallel presenters and also participants to our main room. Here we have our speaker, Dr. Napak, and also our moderator, Ibu Wuli, has been ready for us. So we will start shortly. Ibu Wuli, please, you can lead the discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Girindra. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Associate Professor Dr. Napakon Sritrakon. Good afternoon, dear other invited speakers, presenters, and participants. Now we come to the third plenary session with Associate Professor Dr. Napakon. She's going to give a fresh talk, I think, about SFL. Her talk entitled SFL, Fundamentals and its Applications in EFL Classrooms. Before Dr. Napakon start giving a talk, please allow me to read her bio note. Actually, I got 15 pages of her bio note, so I make it brief. Associate Professor Napakon Sritrakon teaches at the English for International Communication Program, Faculty of Technical Education, Raja Mangala University of Technology Isan, Khon Kaen Campus, Thailand. She earned a bachelor degree in English from Mahasarakam Teachers College in Thailand and Master of Arts in Applied Linguistics from King Mangkut University, Thailand. And she earned PhD in Linguistics from Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia in 2009. Dr. Napakon was also a postdoctoral research fellow in linguistics in Australian Catholic University, Sydney in 2016, and also a postdoctoral research fellow in linguistics in Macquarie University in 2012. And she also obtained specialist certificate in language curriculum and materials from ELTLT Singapore in 2003. Well, her areas of expertise, English language teaching, academic literacy, discourse analysis, systemic functional linguistics, genre studies, and online discourse. In 2018, Dr. Napakon achieved Excellence Top Award from Raja Mangala University Technology Isan Khon Kaen Campus. And her latest publication, a lot of publications by Dr. Napakan, but this is a few that I mentioned. The latest one is in 2021 in Asian EFL journals, Corpus Q2. The title is The Effects of Anonymity and Non-Anonymity on Students Writing Reviews and Corrections. And the other one, one of them is in 2020 in the Journal of the New English Teachers, Corpus Q2, using the SFL genre-based approach to improve Thailand writing of an explanation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Napakan, you are going to have your presentation for about 40 to 45 minutes and followed by 15 minutes discussions. Dr. Napakan, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good evening or good morning as well, in case of some of the participants are located somewhere else, of which the time zone is different to mine in Thailand. It's my pleasure to be here to join the 10th UNES Virtual International Conference on English Language Teaching, Literature and Translation. So thanks very much to the organizing committee for all the arrangements and for giving me this opportunity to join this special event. And thanks in particular to Dr. Woolley for taking the responsibility to be my moderator today. Okay, so the topic for my talk today is on systemic functional linguistics. Hold on, let me share my PowerPoint. Okay, please let me know if you see my PowerPoint.
Yeah, we can see your PowerPoint, but I think, yeah, please fit the size, please. Yeah, yes, that's much better, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. All right. So the topic of my talk is on systemic functional linguistics. Or SFL theory hereafter. I would like to divide my talk into two main sessions related to the theory, the concepts and fundamentals of SFL theory in the first part, and its applications in the language classroom or educational context in the second part. So this is the outline of my talk. There will be 7 main topics to cover. In the beginning, I will discuss briefly the concepts or the key fundamentals of the theory. And from the second until the last topic, the talk will focus on the applications of the theory. And I will be presenting about my small project of which I have constructed the corpus of, I collected the papers published by scholars from Asian countries who have employed SFL theory in their language classroom or their educational context. So I will be presenting the findings from my investigation of those selected papers. And based on the findings, I will draw some implications in terms of language learning and teaching. At the end of my talk, I will also discuss some challenges or obstacles as reported by those collected papers. And I will also propose some possible ideas of how to cope or to overcome those challenges as reported by those papers. And I hope we have plenty of time at the end to discuss some potential areas of future investigation, for future study, or especially for the classroom, that we are going to have in the future, that would be the post-pandemic of the COVID-19. So I do look forward to the last session to learn from all the participants from here. So in the first part of my talk, which focuses on SFL fundamentals, there are three minor issues that I would like to cover: the concepts of the theory, meta functions, and stratification. And let us begin by defining the term SFL. Systemic functional linguistic theory has been defined or explained or described by a number of famous scholars everywhere, right? And based on those explanations, I would like to summarize the concepts here as I show on the screen. I would like to remove this. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remove this. Oh, okay. So, systemic functional linguistics is a theory of language or discourse, which describes language in its social context. The theory was founded by the well-known professor Michael Halliday, and later on the concepts were extended by his followers or his students. And the common names that many of us could be familiar with are, for example, James Martin, Christian Matheson, Susan Akins, or Franz Christie, and many more, right? David Rose or Peter White, and so on. And the theory describes language by using two terms, systemic and functional. Systemic means the concern of language as a network of systems or choices available for the speaker or the communicator to select when they express meanings. And functional is concerned with what language does and how it does it. So based on these two concepts of language in terms of SFL, we can understand that the theory focuses on both the form and function of language. And this concept is in contrast to other more structural approaches. And in this view, language allows people to accomplish different communicative goals by providing them with the available set of options or choices to select when they want to construe meaning or negotiate meaning in particular contexts of use. So these descriptions of language, as explained by SFL theory, are very beneficial for any language researchers or scholars to allow them to analyze the language in their context, taking this perspective in different contexts and including the educational context. In the language classroom in particular, the concepts of language in terms of SFL are beneficial to both the teachers and students. For teachers, SFL theory provides them with a grammar that focuses on meaning rather than form, and it concentrates on whole text and their organizations as well as on sentences. In this way, when the teachers make plans for their teaching or assessment of students' language, they can make decisions of which level of language they would like to focus on in each lesson, and with the awareness of form and function that they correspond. The teachers can train their students to be aware of this as well. And, in that way, students could become more effective communicators of language. And for students, SFL emphasizes that language should be learned trinocularly. What we mean by this is that when we learn language in terms of SFL, we don't only learn from the level below by rehearsing the grammar rules or grammar structure. Just like the focus of the traditional grammar. And we don't only learn language from the above level, just like the focus of the communicative language teaching. But we learn language from within and roundabout. What we mean by here is that when we learn language, we should learn from the understanding and the awareness that the form of language should be selected. I mean, the appropriate form should be selected in order to communicate certain functions. So form and function should correspond with each other. And at the same time, we have to consider the social context or the setting of where the language is used in order to communicate effectively. As far as the meanings of language are concerned, Estefel explains that the language choices are used in order to communicate three basic meanings. And these are named ideational meaning, interpersonal meaning, and textual meaning. These three meanings occurred simultaneously, and they are called metafunctions. And they require different language resources to construe. For ideational resources, they are concerned with the language choices which we use in order to construe experience when we tell people what's going on, when, where, and why, and how. And also we are concerned with the use of language choices to create logical relations of ideas. Interpersonal resources are the language choices that we use in order to communicate social relations among the participants when we communicate the feelings or the attitudes about something. Textual resources are the language choices that we choose in order to create the cohesive types of ideas to ensure that interpersonal and ideational functions are created cohesively. And in so doing, we use certain connective devices or connectors. And this is how the meta functions are represented in the lens of Estefel. So they are communicated simultaneously and they require different linguistic resources to construe. Estefel also describes language and context taking the lens of strata. What we mean by strata, the word strata means the different levels of abstraction, right? So if we have a look at the language strata, we have three levels of language locating at different levels of abstractions. And these three levels of language can be represented through the use of the three circles. And these three circles are locating at different levels and they have the relationship of coding. And by coding, we mean the higher level circle is more abstract than the lower one. In this way, the language that we used at the word or cross level is realized through the minor unit of phonology for spoken language and graphology for written language. And the language at this level is more concrete. And in the meantime, the language that we communicate at discourse semantics or text level is realized through the patterns of grammar and words at cross level. So that's what we mean by strata. And in terms of Estefel, language is a stratified semiotic resources, right? Having these three circles to represent the levels. If we take the broad perspective and consider the context, we have the text understood as functioning in the context, right? And there are two categories of context, namely context of situation and context of culture. The context of situation is concerned with the immediate situation in which a text is constructed. In other words, it is concerned with the concrete product of language of the particular social interaction. And at this level of context of situation, the three meanings of language, namely ideational, interpersonal, and textual meanings, are related to the semiotic dimensions of register, namely feel, tenor, and mode. Feel is related to ideational meaning. It realizes what's going on in the context. And tenor is related to interpersonal meaning. It informs the participants of the social relationship or the attitudes of the participants in the social context. And mode is related to textual functions or meaning, and it serves to create the cohesive tide of idea to ensure that the whole text unfolds cohesively. If we consider the broader structure of context of culture, at this broad level of culture, it is concerned with the institutional or societal context of the text and the social goal of the different institutions has the influence on how different patterns of language will be selected and communicated. And these different patterns of language will realize different text types or genre. Okay, so the relationship of genre and language in this way is what we call meta-redundancy relationship. And these descriptions of language as explained by SFL theory are very useful for researchers who would like to examine the use of language in their social setting. So there have been a number of studies employing the theory to investigate the language in used by people from different locations. But the focus of my talk today will be on educational setting. And in my study, I have collected the papers published by Asian scholars, as I stated earlier. There are altogether 41 papers and published by scholars who are located in different countries around our context, the Asian context. And these studies employed SFL theory in their language classroom or their educational context. And I set two categories of my research questions here. In the first set of my research questions, I aimed to examine the areas of investigation in those selected papers and also identify the findings reported by those papers. And in the second set of my research questions, I sought to draw some implications based on those reported findings. And in order to answer these research questions, this is the size of my corpus. As I stated earlier, there are altogether 41 papers in the corpus. And these papers were searched from the electronic search engine, and also they were taken from the international journal which published them, and most of the authors of the papers were based in Thailand. Okay, and many of them were based in Indonesia and Vietnam as well. However, in this corpus, I didn't I couldn't find enough or larger size of the papers published by scholars from the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore. So now we move on to the findings. In the first set of my research questions, I examine the collected papers and then identify the areas of their investigation as well as the findings reported. Out of the 41 papers, it was found that the three main areas investigated in those studies were could be categorized into three levels, according to the levels of language, namely genre analysis, discourse analysis, and cross analysis. So to discuss the findings from these collected papers, I would like to organize my talk based on these three main areas of investigation. And let us have a look at the first category of genre analysis. Out of the 41 papers, 18 papers employed the systemic functional linguistic genre-based approach in their study. And almost of the 18 papers focused on the language classroom. They focused on the application of the approach in their classroom, and most of them employed this approach in the writing classroom in particular, 16 out of 17. And only one paper tried using the SFL genre-based approach in the reading classroom to improve students' reading comprehension. And out of these 18 papers, only one paper employed the genre-based approach to investigate the generic stages of the educational blogspot post. And the context of study was in Vietnam. Okay, so from statistics, we can see that most of the papers collected in my corpus focused heavily on the application of SFL genre-based approach in the writing classroom. I examined further into these 16 papers to see which genre types in particular were employed and taught in the classroom. And this is the findings. So it was found that most of the papers that I investigated in my corpus focused on the teaching of an exposition in their classroom, or in other words, they taught students how to write an essay, right? Essay writing. And they employed the SFL genre-based approach in their instruction, and they follow the TLC stages, the teaching and learning cycle stages in their in their classroom instruction. And it was found that 2 papers employed the genre-based approach in their classroom in order to teach a description and a review. However, other genre, namely oral presentation, recount, discussion, summary, or explanation or letter, were taught only once in the classroom following the SFL genre-based approach. So, as far as the findings are concerned, all of the studies which employed the SFL genre-based approach in their writing and reading classroom agreed that this approach has the potential to raise students' awareness of the focus genres. Even though, there was only one study which focused on the improvement of students' reading comprehension, that study still claimed that this approach has the potential to raise students' awareness and help them to comprehend the reading text better. But that study didn't present enough evidence of students' improvement. Therefore, it leaves the gap for future study, to extend the study and try again in the future classroom and see if the SFL genre-based approach will help students improve their reading comprehension or not, to confirm the claim from that only one paper. For those papers which focus on the writing classroom, they also claim that students could take control of the generic stages in the final draft of their writing after they were taught through the TLC stages. However, when the teacher examined the use of language at lower level in students' writing, it was found that grammar mistakes still existed, and all of the previous studies seem to agree with this issue. The next area of investigation found in the collected paper was on discourse analysis. 11 papers out of 41 papers in my corpus took the discursive perspectives and investigate the text structure. Okay, by investigating the text structure, the areas of investigation included appraisal and thematic development. So let us have a look at each of them in more detail. For appraisal, 6 papers investigated the language used in the news reports, and most of them were based in the context outside educational context or the language classroom. However, I included these papers in my corpus because the implications from their findings could be drawn and could be useful for language education. So 4 papers out of 6 papers focus on the analysis of the newspaper language. And they focus in particular on the attitudinal and engagement resources. All the 4 papers investigated the same thing, but 2 out of the 4 broadened the perspective and took the critical discourse analysis approach to draw implications to explain how different institutions or news resources represent themselves when they had to report on the sensitive issues in the news. Okay, but out of these 6 papers, only 2 papers focused on the analysis of language in the classroom. One focused on the teacher talk in one classroom, and only one teacher, communicating with the students in one classroom, and examined how attitudinal resources were used by that teacher. And the other paper focused on the analysis of engagement resources in 2 samples of students writing of a discussion. So again, these 2 papers which focused on the language classroom leave the gap for future study because the 2 papers focus on only small number of the research instruments and also only small number of the participants. So future study can extend the size of the instruments or the participants, and then see if the findings will confirm what have been found from the 2 papers. Under the perspective of discourse analysis, 5 papers examined the use of thematic development in students' written texts. Okay, so these 5 papers were based in the context of Indonesia and Thailand, and they all focused on the language classroom and focused on the analysis of students' texts. And the reported findings were consistent that the knowledge of thematic development, or what they call periodicity, the webs of information flow in the text, right, could help students become more independent in the language classroom, and in so doing, they revised their own work, the draft, again and again until they were satisfied, and they would submit the final draft to the teacher to for marking. So it could help them to evaluate their own work. That was the first benefit. One study also argued that the knowledge of thematic development helped to create critical thinking or critical responses to the topic assigned in the classroom. And all the 5 papers agree that the knowledge of thematic development could help students create the text which unfolded cohesively. However, when the language at lower level of sentence or crossword was examined, mistakes will still be found, in the students' writing. The other papers, altogether 13 papers, examine the use of language at cross level, and the focus of language at cross level cover different areas. Okay, 3 papers focus on the analysis of the clauses in the text, and then examine how the 3 functions were communicated by people in different social contexts. One focused on the context in Vietnam, examining the language used in the books, different kinds of books, and identified how the 3 meta functions were communicated in the Vietnamese language structure. And that one was not based in educational context. 2 papers, however, focused on educational context, and one aimed to examine the students' ability in writing a recount and see how effectively they could organize the cross structure in order to communicate the 3 functions of language. And the findings reported was that their ability was about average, not very excellent. And the other paper put the attempt to employ the cross analysis in their investigation of students' translation quality, and try to examine how the 3 meta functions were communicated at cross structure by the students when they do the translation. And the study reported that the function that has shown most of the mistakes in terms of grammar was ideational function. Okay, but so far there has been only one study which reported the analysis in that area, and still, of course, more studies need to be conducted in order to confirm that finding. Other papers focused on individual functions of language. The ideational function was investigated by 4 papers, but these 4 papers focused on the analysis of the newspaper language, and they were not based in the language classroom. So for interpersonal function, 3 papers investigated the language used to communicate this area. One paper out of these 3 papers focused on the language classroom. Okay, and the study compared the teacher talk in 2 classrooms, male and female teachers, and investigated the use of personal pronouns and mood structure, things like that, and came up with the findings that the classroom organized by the female teachers was conducted more, nicely and smoothly, like the language was used in a very kind and nice way. For textual function, 2 papers have investigated by taking this lens. One was based in the language classroom, but the focus was not to improve, it was not clear that the aim was to improve students' ability in creating the textual function, because the study aimed to train students to analyze the sample text provided. So the researcher of that paper trained students the knowledge of, how to identify textual functions and then raise their awareness in the classroom. So again, further study need to be conducted in this area. And in this corpus, only one paper focused on the analysis of language at cross level and examine word occurrence in the textbook series, textbook series of English textbook. And the location was in Vietnam, the English textbook in Vietnam. And the study found that the higher level the textbook series enter, the more complex structure the word become. So this is how the different areas of cross-analysis are represented statistically. Now we move on to the implications that we could draw from those presented findings. Just from the findings I have discussed so far, there are 3 main implications that I could draw from them. And if you would like to add any more implications, please feel free to do so in the end, or to share any opinions. So let us have a look at these 3 implications that I have drawn from those findings. The first one, it was found that the papers in this corpus focus heavily on the application of the genre-based approach, SFL genre-based approach in the writing classroom in particular. And the finding in this area was consistent to the claim made by other scholars earlier. Wells, for example, also claimed that the prominent influence of the SFL genre-based approach is in teaching writing. So it's consistent with my investigation in my corpus, right? And also, FIS 2002 also clarifies that SFL genre-based approach is helpful for teachers to create teaching models which provide clear guidance for setting up social situations in the classroom and enable students to learn how to write and use other modes of language appropriate for different social purposes. But one thing I would like to add here is that even though, yes, the finding is consistent with the claims made by other scholars that somehow the approach under SFL umbrella, the theory, the common one that people employed in the language classroom a lot was the SFL genre-based approach. One thing to observe, is that there is still not much variation in terms of the text types or genre. Most of the previous studies seem to employ the genre of an exposition in the writing classroom and teach their students how to write an essay. So future study could consider employing this approach, but teaching different text types, or genre in their classroom. And in order to adjust into the trends of what is going on nowadays, the topics could be, something that is related to the post-pandemic classroom, like the pandemic, the COVID-19 situation. For example, if the focus of the writing is on teaching a recount, the topic could be something like my experiences during the lockdown period. Or if the teacher is going to teach a discussion, the topic could be something like the pros and cons of the pandemic, or the pros and cons of the lockdown period, something like that. Even though it is not a very, sometimes it could be said to talk about this situation, the lockdown period or the COVID-19, but there are always some pros and cons of something, right? So the pros of the pandemic could be drawn from students' opinion, I believe. You know, when you get like stuck at home, you can do something, you can focus on your health, you save money not to travel, and so on, right? And if the focus of the lesson is on teaching a procedure, for example, the topic could be something like how to stay safe during the COVID-19 pandemic, or how to look after or how to take care of those infected patients, something like that. And one thing I would like to mention is that since most of the papers collected in this corpus focus mainly on the writing skills, the improvement of students' writing skills, future studies could consider employing this approach in order to improve students' other skills. For example, the reading skills or the reading comprehension, like one study, you know, that used to put the effort to do so. But so far, I couldn't find the other studies which aims to employ this approach and, you know, develop students' reading skill. So something leave as the gap for future study to extend. The next implication is related to the corpus size of those collected papers. Out of the 41 papers in this corpus, most of them focus on the small size of sample text or research participants. For example, the studies which investigated the teacher talks in the classroom also focused on the small number of teachers, 1 or 2 teachers. And one study as well, which investigated the language used in students' writing of a discussion, and the study investigated only 2 samples of students' writing. So future study could consider, you know, by employing the same approach, but maybe consider extending or enlarging the size of the corpus by focusing on wider groups of learners in order to, you know, be able to generalize the findings to the wider groups of participants. And in this way, we don't have to focus on, you know, the practice of one classroom only. Researchers could consider collaborate among institutions or, you know, any institutions in any context. And then they can try teaching the same genre to the same level of learner groups, and then compare the findings and, you know, co-publish or something. In this way, the findings will be more, you know, would be able to, like, we can take it to generalize to the broader groups of participants. And also for the investigation of teacher talks in particular, so far previous study focused on the talk of 1 or 2 teachers. Future study could consider, you know, more teacher participants to recruit in their corpus. And at the same time, it tends to be that due to the COVID pandemic, we tend to organize the classroom online more often. So maybe future study will record the teacher talk in online mode and then compare with the traditional modes by investigating, you know, the classroom language, for example, appraisal resources or whatever, and see whether there are any differences or similarities in the 2 modes of instruction. And the third area of implication that I could draw from the findings is related to the areas of investigation itself. So far, it could be observed that, you know, there are quite certain areas that previous scholars like to focus on when they investigated the text, taking the lens of Isabel. In particular, when they examined the students' writing, taking the stronger based approach, most of the study like to focus on the analysis of the generic stages in order to identify students' improvement. However, other studies in the future could consider extending the areas of investigation, not just only the generic stages. And in so doing, one study, for example, has raised the ideas that the study found students produced more complex structure of the final draft of the writing by constructing the text with the structure of a macro genre. What we mean by macro genre is that the students created the long text, and in certain stages of that long text, it is constructed in the structure of another genre embedded in that particular stage. So, but in this paper, there was not clear and sufficient evidence of how students conducted their writing in that particular structure. So this again leaves the gap for future study to examine whether, after employing some approaches of Isabel, whether students could go further to create the more complex structure of text by investigating the macro genre in their final draft. Okay, in terms of periodicity, one study also proposed that the genre of an exposition should be taught together with the concepts of periodicity to help students create their essay writing more effectively. And future study can try that in their classroom and then report the findings and to see whether the findings will confirm or against the claim made by this paper. And the other paper also argued that the knowledge of periodicity help to promote critical responses in students' writing, and other studies can consider trying that knowledge, training that knowledge in their classroom and see whether students could reflect their critical thinking in their writing or not to confirm this study, right? Okay.
Excuse me, Dr.
Yes.
Napakan, excuse me. You have 1 minute left, please.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I'm just, I'm at the last stage. Okay, I will try to get it done.
Yes.
So yes, there are also challenges or obstacles reported by those collected papers as well. And there tend to be two common areas pointed out by those papers in terms of obstacles of the applications of the theory. The first area is related to students' limited knowledge of Isabel genre, Isabel terms or theory. And the other area is related to students' limited knowledge of the language itself. In terms of students' limited knowledge of the Isabel theory or terminologies, I myself agree with that because I am also one of the practitioners, the person who tried this theory in my classroom. And what I found is that it's very difficult for Thai learners in my context to be exposed to Isabel concepts and terms, just suddenly without any foreground knowledge of the theory. So I would like to propose that for future studies that would like to employ this theory in their classroom, maybe they have to organize the links between the subject series or the subjects that are related, maybe the meta language will be used in the classroom as well to familiarize the students with the terminologies and the concepts of the theory. in terms of students' limited knowledge of language or grammar, that is also something I faced in my own application as well. So I would like to propose that the TLC stages could be repeated in case students, after one round, the teacher has done the teaching following all the stages, but students still are not clear. The teacher can repeat again all the stages to ensure that they understand. And the model text is another thing. The teacher might consider to justify the level of difficulties of the model text, to make it match the levels of the learner and to make it easy for them to understand. And also some activities, some extra tutorials should be conducted to support students. For example, the peer feedback activity or extra hours to meet the teacher to follow up with their improvement, something like that. Okay. That brings me to the end of my talk. I am sorry if I took some extra time to get it done.
No, you are in time.
Thank you very much
Thank
for your attention. And now, yes, I welcome all the comments or feedback.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Napakan, for introducing us with the concept of systemic functional linguistics. You have shared with us your research about areas of investigations using SFL, and also you have explained very clearly about implications, pedagogical implications, and challenges in the view of SFL. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we have about 5 minutes left for question and answer. So anyone would like to directly address the question to Dr. Napakan or write down the question or comment in the chat box, please do so. Well, Dr. Napakan explained to us that systemic functional linguistics is a theory of the theory of language which views language as a resource for making meaning, isn't it, Dr. Napakan?
Yeah, it's the theory that focuses on both the form and the function of language. So in order to communicate certain functions, we need certain choices of language.
Yeah. And in the perspective of SFL, you explained that there are 3 meta functions in using language: ideational, interpersonal, and textual. Right? Okay. And the findings of your research show that there are 3 areas of investigation, if I'm not mistaken. You mentioned genre analysis, discourse analysis, and clause analysis.
Yep.
Okay.
That's right.
Anyone? I think personally, I think the topics presented by Dr. Napakan give us alternative, alternative research topics, yeah, for our thesis or dissertations in the view of SFL in relation to English language teaching or discourse analysis. So anyone would like to raise questions or comments, please? Well, Doctor, in Indonesia, I assume that not all teachers, perhaps a few teachers, sometimes when they are teaching genre-based writing in the classroom, most of them directly give a kind of jargon, yeah, a very academic terms to the students. For example, well, students, today we are going to learn about descriptive text. Anyone know how is the genetic structure of descriptive text? What do you think about that? The scaffolding of teaching genre-based writing. Sorry, Doctor, please unmute.
Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat the question again, please?
Okay. Well, sorry, we have a question from Girindra. Yeah. Okay, let me read. Dr. Napa mentioned that SFL is well suited to EFL analysis. Is there any difficulties or weaknesses of SFL in terms of analysis in the field?
The difficulty would be, I have to refer back to the obstacle of the applications. And I mentioned that students have very limited knowledge of the theory in the first part. And in the second part, students themselves have limited knowledge in terms of grammar. So when students are poor in grammar, when they, when they write, because my focus of the application was on writing. So just to give example of the analysis of students writing, it is difficult in the way that when the grammar is not correct, you don't you are not sure how to analyze the cross structure or how to identify the language, in the analysis. Yeah. So for the lower level learner group, I would say that maybe that is why previous studies focused mainly on the analysis of the generic stages instead of going down and examining the grammar structure, because seems to be that if we as the teacher focus too much on the grammar level, we are going to discourage our students because there will be so many mistakes to point out. And if we focus more on the broader level, like generic stages, we can give some compliments because many students can organize the text with, following the generic stages of certain focus stronger. But in terms of language, that is very difficult when I do the analysis at cross level. Sometimes it's just not a sentence, it's not a clause, no verb, and they call it a sentence, something like that. And one thing I found it interesting as well from my classroom is that I tried teaching the genre of a description in my classroom, and I asked the students to identify, the language features of a description, and so they had to identify specific nouns, for example, and verb of being, verb of having, and adjective. Interestingly, some students didn't know what the adjective was. So they pointed to a noun and they said, this is adjective, something like this, so it reflects that students are quite, at the poor level, and they have very limited knowledge of grammar and vocabulary choices.
Right. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Nambakan. Perhaps Girindra would like to give further question or comment. How about other participants, please? We have, sorry, Dr. Napakan, I think this is the end of your presentation. It's already 30 minutes past 3. Perhaps would you like to give a closing remarks to encourage us to do research in relation to SFL, please?
Yeah, I myself have tried a few approaches under the theory of SFL. And yes, I agree that in terms of students' limited knowledge of theory or language or grammar, yeah, I agree students are limited in terms of that, but still, SFL theory is a useful theory and can be very helpful to our EFL learners if we make, if we plan carefully. Like for the lower level, they might need closer attention from the teacher. And the reason that I said this theory is still beneficial to both teachers and students is that in terms of genre, for example, it provides very clear sets of guidelines. It sets up the goal for the students and they can follow the guidelines of the generic stages at text level. And when they come down to the cross level, there are certain language choices that they, in the list that they can follow. And if they cannot find those choices in their writing, they can readjust their sentence in order to, to have the characteristic that match with those guidelines. So I found it very useful. And periodicity as well. I tried it with my essay writing class, and I had many students who were quite poor, but they could create the cohesive kinds of ideas, in the final draft. So I would say that please try it in your classroom. I don't know, in Indonesia, maybe SFL is known more by the teacher than my context. Because in Thailand, SFL theory is not a very common theory. So, but I still encourage all the teachers to try. Yeah. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Dr. Napakon. Unfortunately, time is over for us. Once again, thank you for giving us alternative research topics in relation to SFL. And personally, I'm looking forward to reading your publications on SFL, Dr. Napakon. Once again, thank you. And for participants and dear audience, thank you very much for giving attentive viewing to Dr. Napakon's presentation. Now I give the time back to Master of Ceremony, Ibu Girindra. Thanks again, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Buli. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Napak. Thank you very much, Dr. Wuli.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so on behalf of the committee, would like to present Dr. Napak a certificate of attendance. Here it is. So please receive virtually, Dr. Napak.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Napak. And now, because it's been 30 minutes late out of our agenda, so we would like to invite the moderator of the next plenary sessions, Dr. Yuni. Dr. Yuni, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ibu Girindra. I'm here already.
Okay, so Dr. Yuni will lead the discussions with Professor Januarius Mujianto as the plenary speaker. So the time is given to the moderator, please.
All right, thank you, Ibu Girindra, for the time given to me. Okay, so hopefully that Prof. Yan. Okay, good evening, Prof. Yan.
Good evening, everyone.
All right. Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, Professor Januarius Mujianto. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and respected audience. Welcome to the plenary session 4 of the 10th ELTLT conference. And it is a great honor for me to be the moderator of this session. And we are going to have, in a few minutes, Professor Dr. Januarius Mujianto, and he will be talking about the exclusion of extra textual factors in source text streaming for Indonesian English mechanical translation of academic manuscripts. And before I hand over the time to Professor Januarius, allow me to read his short curriculum vitae. Professor Januarius Mujianto is a professor in applied linguistics and translation studies in the English Department, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang. Professor Yan obtained his doctoral degree on English education in 2011 from Universitas Negeri Semarang. Lately, Professor Yan has received an award and been recognized as the most productive lecturer with outstanding works and publications. In the last 5 years, Professor Yan has published more than 50 articles in accredited national and reputable international journals. In the last 3 years, Professor Yan wrote a number of books, and 2 of them are in translation studies field, entitled Close Restructuring in English Indonesian translation, published in 2019, and Strategies in Translation Practices, published in 2020. And there are still some other publications. Currently, Professor Yan is the head of English Language Education Graduate Program, Universitas Negeri Semarang. And Prof. Yan, we have 60 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes for the presentation, and the rest will be for the question and answer session. All right, without further ado, I would like to hand over the time to Professor Yan. Prof. Yan, the time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Yuni. Good evening again, everyone. This evening, I'm going to talk a bit about exclusion of extra textual factors. Hopefully, I can spend just a half of the allotted time. Yeah. Let me share the. Okay. The title of my paper here is The Exclusion of Extra Textual Factors in Source Text Training for Indonesian English Machine or Mechanical Translation. Yeah. The abstract of this article says like this, dealing with source text analysis for translation purposes. Christian Nord proposes extra textual factors for consideration. The factors include source text writer, his or her intention of writing the text, target recipient, medium, place and time of communication, motives to communicating messages, and text functions. We are dealing with these with these 8 factors along this discussion. This article aims to consider the exclusion of each of the 8 factors in the analysis prior to machine translation of Indonesian academic manuscripts to English. Number of academic texts written by students, master students and doctoral students, and in Indonesian, which were then manually analyzed on the basis of the extra textual factors prior to their mechanical rendering into English. A fully machined and human-aided machine translation were employed to render the text to English, followed by exploration of the assumed exclusion of the factors. Similarities and differences were identified by comparing the results of the 2 translation modes, and the result shows that the latter is more qualified than the former. Given that the exclusion of extra textual factors is negatively influential in achieving functional equivalence through the fully mechanical rendering, it is suggestible to consider the use of human-aided mechanical translation and or machine-aided human translation in rendering process. Okay, these are the keywords, and this article is based on a number of research, number of articles which were written since a long time ago. This is based on Nieder and Tabor, who proposed 3 steps in translation, that is source text analysis, transfer, and restructuring in the target language. As the focus of attention in this paper, source text analysis has gained considerable attention from translation experts. Whatever the translation model they propose, the special states will definitely not escape the discussion of it. Okay. And then other experts dealing with translation is Hatim and Mason, who analyze source text from the perspective of register analysis. And Hatim and Mason in 1997 also proposed source text analysis. Okay, so as I said, that source text analysis is actually the very important point of translation. Okay, maybe it's clearer, right? This one is clearer. Okay, and then Houston and Martin, Houston and Martin also talks about source text analysis, source text analysis, in which he said that production of interlinguistic homologies is the reference, which includes discussion on the nature of source text along with its socio-cultural content and potential for the creation of target language. And then not long ago, three decades ago, Roger Bell introduces a translation model by dividing the source text analysis into three parts. That is syntactic, semantic, and pragmatic analysis on the basis of the basic concepts of systemic functional linguistics. And then Christian North, which is used as the basis of this article. And then Venuti, Greco, Monday, and so on. They also refer to source text analysis. They try to analyze source text for the purpose of translating into the target language. So source text analysis is a model, before we are able to translate a text into the target language. Okay. Again, and then North also wrote in 2008 that translation should be oriented on text analysis first before the real translation. And in the same year, North proposes two types of factors or two classes of factors in the source text analysis. There is intra-textual factors and extra-textual factors. Intra-textual factors include subject matter, content, presuppositions, text composition, nonverbal elements, lexis, sentence structure, and suprasegmental features, which I have explored several times ago, and it was published somewhere. Right? And then now I'm exploring extra-textual factors, which include the 8 factors, including writer, intention, recipient, medium, place, time, motives, and function. This is in line with Slateva and Monday, who also talk about source text analysis in translation. Okay, and also there are a lot of other research which are focused on the importance of source text analysis prior to translation projects, including Ayupova, Laviosa, Trotz, Rossetti, Laviosa again, Hansen, and so on. Okay, let's just go on with some other researchers. And in 1912, in 1912, Kasberg, introduces three terminologies. That is FAMT, which is fully automated machine translation, and then 8AMT, which is human-aided machine translation, and MAAT, that is machine-aided human translation. And then we are asking questions: which one is actually the best technique of translation? Whether it is FAMT, 8AMT, or MAAT, because it is not possible for us to use the three ways or strategies of translation. That is why then in 2014, Lennon considers the use of machine translation, which is FAMT, fully automated machine translation. Yeah. Okay. While in the year 2014, yeah, Rozimslovich puts forward the issues that are related to the use of machine translation, but he points out the constraints in such translation. Yeah. Okay. On the basis of those backgrounds, then I ask a question. Yeah. How is the exclusion of each of the factors? Yeah. Exclusion of the 8 factors. How do we exclude the factors, or how do translators exclude the 8 factors in their translation? When trimming the source text for Indonesian English translation of academic manuscripts. Yeah. In this way, then the objective of this study is to consider the exclusion of each of the 8 factors, that is writer, intention, recipient, medium, place, time, motifs, and text functions on the trimming process of academic manuscripts in Indonesian prior to their mechanical rendering to English for international publications. Yeah. Methodology. Yeah. My research was based on these phases. Yeah. First is academic manuscripts in Indonesian were chosen as the object of this study. As I said, manuscripts were written by Indonesian master's degree and doctoral master's degree, in Indonesian, which were then translated into English because it is supposed to be sent to for international publication. Yeah, specifically publication which are indexed by Scopus. Yeah. The manuscripts were analyzed in terms of their extra textual factors, and the results were then used as the basis for trimming process. Yeah. And then the trim text along with their originals were then rendered to English employing Google Translate. So I use Google Translate in order to check, the similarities and differences between texts which are manually translated and texts which are Google translated. Yeah. The data were 2 sets of linguistic elements in both trim text and the original ones. Yeah. Okay, and then the comparison will result in comparison of the linguistic elements to show the exclusion of the factors in trimming. Okay, now this is the steps of the trimming process. Yeah. Okay, so first is the writer. A writer wrote something in Indonesian in the source text. Yeah, and the source text is analyzed in terms of the trimming process. Yeah. Okay, and then the text after being trimmed, text is translated into English using FAMT, or MAAT. Right? Yeah, so it results in target text, and this target text is then sent to publishers to be read by its receivers. Okay, now this is an example of difference between right now. Okay, right. Now, the difference between manual machine-aided human translation and human-aided machine translation. Yeah. We can see here the highlight words. Yeah, here in machine-aided human translation, we say there are a lot of grammatical mistakes. For example, doubt, think, how to take a decision, lessons, and so on. Yeah. So instead of doubt, because doubt is uncountable noun. And then think, think should be followed by a preposition about. Yeah, it is not think how, but think about how. To take a decision, that is not take a decision, but make a decision. Yeah, okay. Lessons instead of the lesson, and so on. Yeah, okay. This is just very small examples of text that in which the grammar should be trimmed. Yeah, should be trimmed before it is published into in international journals. Yeah, this is the result of the trimming process. Yeah. Okay, and then what is meant by the sender? Yeah, sender. Sender means a text is a sender of a text is a person or institution and so on who uses the text to convey a certain message to somebody else and or to produce a certain effect, whereas the text producer writes the text according to the instructions of the sender. Now, in my research, the sender is actually the same as the text producer. Yeah, okay, because they are students and they are required to write articles to be sent to a publisher, and it is used as one of the requirements for their degree, master's degree of doctoral degree. So that is why that the sender and the writer are actually the same. And oftentimes the texts were not trimmed. The texts were not edited before before being sent to producers, to the publishers. That's why then we find out a lot of deviations. Yeah. And then intention. Yeah. Okay. Intention determines structuring of a text. Yeah. I say there is an exclusion of intention. Yeah. So the writer even does not realize what is actually the intention of writing. Yeah. The text, because the only reason for them is to fulfill the requirements for their master's and doctoral degree. So this is very much different from what is meant by Christian North, yeah, in which he said that intention determines structuring of a text. That is why from time to time the format of text of articles sent for publication in Pasca Sarjana UNES was the same. Yeah, was the same. Just because the intention is for them to fulfill the requirements for their master's or doctoral degree, right? Yeah. So that's why then the sender who defines the intention and the translator should exert himself to adhere to it when creating the target text. Unfortunately, the intention is just the same. Yeah, and oftentimes they even exclude what is actually the intention of writing a text. Yeah. And then the next point is recipient. Who is actually the recipient? Yeah. Okay. Writers of the text oftentimes, yeah, they do not include who the recipient is. They just wrote, yeah. They just write, yeah, articles without realizing who actually the recipient of the text is. Yeah. In other words, they just exclude, yeah, who the recipient is. As a result, yeah, then as I told you that the contents of most research articles are the same without including who the recipient is. Yeah, and oftentimes the recipient is not readers in general, but they are actually the examiners, yeah, of the doctoral and master's program. Yeah. So what is meant by recipient is actually the person, yeah, the person who receive, yeah, the text. Yeah, these two are different. Yeah. Recipient, yeah, target text revision is recipient is different from source text revision in this case. Yeah. Okay, and then the next point is medium. Yeah. Okay. Medium can be defined as vehicle which conveys the text to the readers. Yeah. Translator builds certain presuppositions which are based on the experience with the medium. Okay. The medium is in writing, translating and publishing the text for them, for the articles which becomes the object of my study, would just actually homologous, uh, yeah, homogeneous. That is why then, medium is also homogeneous. Yeah. Okay, and then a place is a campus. A place can be ambiguous because not everyone shares the same image when thinking about the term. Everyone shares the same image when thinking about the term. But in reality, then they just exclude the place. Yeah, because the place is almost homogeneous also. Yeah. Okay, different from Western countries. For example, if we are in England, then we have our culture, which is different from Asian countries, for example. When we are in Japan, then we have cultures which are different from Indonesian, and that is why then place of production is very important. But place is also excluded in writing academic text here. And then time is important for two reasons. Text types are linked to a particular period. Yeah. The translator should consider whether the information given in the source text is still valid. Yeah. So if the text is written in summer, for example, is it appropriate for the text to be um, published in winter or not? Right. Yeah. So in source text streaming, then time is very important. But yeah, as again, as I said, time is also excluded. Yeah, excluded in writing the text. Okay, and that is why the trimming of the text um, is also done in such a way, and time is excluded. Yeah. And then next point is motive. Yeah, what is the motive of writing a text? Motive represents the reasons why a writer decided to establish communication with recipient. Yeah, motive is excluded because the only objective of writing the article is to fulfill the requirements. Yes, one and the only reason for the text writers for the articles is to fulfill the requirements. That is, so that is the only motive, and that is why they exclude the real motive of their writings. And then text function. What is actually the function of a text in when it is published in research articles? Yeah, text function is a key for an acceptable translation, as it is only by analyzing the source text function that the translator can decide which target text function will be compatible with the given source text. Yeah. Okay, but then in reality, writers of the text, writers of the manuscripts, wrote the text in Indonesian, and then it is submitted to the translators, and the translators use fully automated machine translation, and as a result, there are a lot of deviations which need trimming. Okay, including text function, because text function is also excluded by the text writers. Okay, yeah, right. So, right, exclusion of extra textual factors. Yeah, how is the exclusion of extra textual factors? Machine translation specifically covers intratextual factors. Extra textual factors are beyond the coverage of machine translation. Okay, as I said, time, intention, yeah, motives, and so on, they are excluded. Yeah, they are excluded in translation, in machine translation. That is why then this inspired me to write this article, that is exclusion of extra textual factors. This results in various semantic shifts and untranslatability. Yeah. Oftentimes, when we use machine translation to translate something which looks complicated, then it is just untranslatable. Yeah, as if there is no word to render. Yeah, the meaning in one language into the other language. And the other weakness of machine translation is that it requires human inference to spot the achievement of equivalence by means of human-aided machine translation or machine-aided human translation. Yeah. So, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I do not consider fully automated machine translation because there are a number of weaknesses, yeah, in using this sort of machine translation without any human aid. Okay. In conclusion, I could say that the trimming process is applied to the texts considering the factors, the 8 factors, so as to be more ready for translation. Second conclusion is that the effectiveness of the process, translation process, is shown by means of comparing the results of rendering the original texts and the trimmed ones, assuming that the latter is more qualified than the former. Yeah. Given that extra textual factors are relatively influential in source text analysis for trimming purposes, it is suggestible to consider them as supplementary procedure for mechanical translation. Okay, yeah, so source text trimming becomes very influential, and I say it is urgent, yeah, before real translation is conducted. Yeah. Okay, these are the references. Yeah, references. Thank you. Thank you, Bu Sri Wahyuni.
Thank you, Professor Yan, for that very insightful talk about the exclusion of extra textual factors in translation. Okay, so now it is the time for the Q&A session, and I would like to invite questioners. Dear audience, you can address directly the questions to Professor Yan, or you can also write down your questions in the chat box. Okay, so for the first session, I'd like to invite 3 questioners. Okay, questions please, dear audience.
Ibu Iin raise hand nih Ibu Yuni.
Oh, okay, Ibu Iin. Yeah, Ibu Iin is raising hand, so please address your question directly, Ibu Iin. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Ibu Sri Wahyuni. Good evening, Prof. Yan.
Good evening.
It's been a while, Prof. I was one of your students when I was in the master degree program that time.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I still remember.
Alhamdulillah. Perhaps I text you some time two or twice or three times dealing with the translation. So this is my big opportunity to have a conversation, not conversation, to have address a question dealing with the topic. This is very interesting for me, Prof. I'm quite interested in translation. And my question is, the topic, one of the factor is for source textual trimming, yeah, Prof, yeah.
What is it?
One of the factor in translation is source text analysis, isn't it?
Source text analysis, yeah.
Yeah. So in some I've tried to read some translation, but then sometimes the result of translation itself sometimes like awkward or too wordy or something like so I tried to find out what the problem is. So and then I found out that the text or the source text itself, it means that in bahasa Indonesia sendiri aja kalimatnya masih belum dalam bentuk kalimat, is still in the form of phrase. Yeah. So me myself, I do agree with what you have stated, that the source text is very important or essential. So would you please, Prof, explain again a bit further about source text analysis trimming?
Source text trimming,
yeah. I a bit lost tadi sebentar gitu.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, all right. You are right in telling that text in bahasa Indonesia is non-standard, oftentimes, Okay, Indonesian students are not in a habit of writing in effective sentences, They are writing in ineffective sentences, and oftentimes there are sentences which are actually not sentences, a sentence without subject, right? A sentence without verb, a sentence with which are dangling and so on, Okay, the second point is flowery, ineffective expressions. For example, say memberikan penjelasan, memberikan penjelasan, Okay, and then this you put it in the translation machine, then the result is give explanation, right?
Yes.
Padahal in bahasa Inggris you do not say give explanation, you just say explain, right?
Explain, yes.
Explain,
yes,
Okay, memberikan informasi, give information, Whereas the real one, the effective one is just inform, right?
Inform,
I
yes.
inform you something, but in bahasa Indonesia you say saya memberikan informasi mengenai sesuatu. Okay, then buku-buku, whereas in English you just say books, it's not book, right? Books, buku-buku, saudara-saudara mau kemana, gitu kan? In bahasa Inggris you just say where are you going? You don't say where are you going, right? Yes. Okay, there are a lot of expressions in bahasa Indonesia which are written or said in effective expressions or sentences, and that is why it is important to trim the text. Jadi to trim means menyiangi, So it's like a pohon with so many leaves, and then it is necessary to cut down some of the leaves so that it becomes tidy enough before translation. And this is the function of source text trimming, specifically from Indonesian into English. This is very much different from English to Indonesian translation, because in English it is very people write academic texts in standard English. They use clear sentences, clear pronunciation, maybe clear spelling, and so on. So if it has to be translated into Indonesian, then it is not necessary. It is not necessary to trim the text. It is okay to analyze the text, but not to trim the text. So text trimming is different from text analysis. In text analysis, you just try to understand the meaning. Okay? While in text trimming, you do not just understand the meaning, but we have to correct the mistakes which are potentially made by the writers, such as giving information, ya, pemberian informasi, while in English we just say informing, right? Yeah. Okay. Giving explanation, actually it is explain, right? Yeah. There are a lot of examples, yeah, of ineffective expressions in bahasa Indonesia and should be trimmed in order to become effective expressions. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Did I
So
answer the question?
yes, yes. So it means that when we try to find about the meaning or understand the text, so it means that we analyze the source text.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
if
yeah. We
we try
analyze the source
to
text.
correct, if we try to correct it, so it means that we trim the text like that, Esther.
That's right. Yeah,
All right.
that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. In
That's
the case of Indonesian to English translation, it is not enough to analyze the text, but we should also trim the text. We should also make corrections on the text. But if I say make corrections, then as if it is a student's works. Yeah. When I deal with students' work, then I make some corrections. I correct the students' works. Yeah. But if articles comes from the writers, then I have to consider the writers as writers, not students. Yeah, that is why then instead of correcting the mistakes, then I say trimming the text.
Okay,
Okay.
I see. Thank you, Prof. Thank you,
It's
Bu
okay.
Sri Wahyuni.
Right. Yeah. You.
Thank you in for the question. Thank you, Prof. Yan, for the explanation. And now I'm going to invite next questioners. Okay, so Ibu Erlina is raising her hand. Okay, so please do address your question directly, Ibu Erlina. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Sri Wahyuni. Well, actually, if I can be greedy, I would like to ask so many questions to Professor Yan. But I cannot do
One
that.
at a time, right? One at a time.
Okay.
Otherwise, I forget everything.
I mean, one at a time, but I'm going to spend much here.
Okay.
But I'm sure that Ibu Sri Wahyuni is not going to allow me to do that. Okay, Professor Yan, thank you so much for your
You're welcome.
presentation, because what you share is something that is, according to me, it is new. I could see translation studies from a different perspective now, especially when you discuss about extra textual analysis here. So that means that we as a translator, we have to do something before translating, that is doing this extra textual analysis. Is that right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then you mentioned also that the recipient here, it doesn't always have to be the readers of the text. Is that right, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Because you said that the recipient can be the examiners also. So what do you mean by this? I get a little bit confused. And one more thing, sir. Actually, I'm a little bit distracted by your slide, because I could see that my picture there. Is that right? You took the picture of us. Is that right in your slide as a background? Is that right?
Mm.
I could see me there in your slide.
Okay.
As the background. Okay. All right. Okay, so now please.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you for the questions and your comments. But I will mail my slides to the committee. Who is the committee actually? Yeah, I said Bujuni. so that you are able to share it with the the readers. Yeah. Okay. And then why it is necessary for me to talk about exclusion or inclusion or something, right? Yeah. Okay. So as I told you all in my explanation that in real translation, then we have to consider who the receiver will be, who the senders is. Yeah. So I remember a long time ago when I was asked by a company to translate a brochure. Yeah. in Bali. I was asked to translate the brochure in Bali, and then I just translated, yeah, blah 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 blah, and then I just submitted to the person who ordered the translation. And 2 days later, he came to me again. The translation is not like that, right? How come? This is the Indonesian word, and I have the English translation, right? But the problem is that this will be read by, yeah, this will be read by, yeah, who will be reading the translation? It will be read not only by educated people, but it will be read by uneducated people. So you have to simplify this text. Okay, so simplification of the text, the choice of words, choice of sentences, and so on, is dependent on who the receiver of the text is. Yeah. Okay.
This is a
And
kind
we
of
also,
paraphrasing, sir.
yeah.
So this is a kind of paraphrasing.
A kind of paraphrasing, yeah. So, and oftentimes it is not easy to paraphrase something, right? Yeah. As for me, as a translator, maybe it is easier to trim the text, yeah, to change the text a bit before translation, particularly when you use machine translation, right? Because machine translation do not include extra textual text. They just translate what it is, right? Yeah, give information means memberi informasi means give information, right? While in English you don't say give information, just say inform, right? Yeah, things like that. So there are a lot of things to be done in trimming. It's not analyzing the source text, but more than that, we trim the text. Okay, we trim the text, yeah. Okay, by excluding or including the extra textual factors. We may include extra textual factors, but we may also exclude the extra textual factors. And in reality, most translations exclude, yeah, extra textual factors, yeah. But a lot of other translations include extra textual factors because of the medium, because of the intention, and so on. Okay, did I answer the question?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wish that I could stay here longer with you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bu Sri.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Erlina, for that very nice discussion with Professor Yan. Okay, and I think that we still have time. So I'd like to invite more questioners. Bapak Ibu.
Okay, yeah. So if there is no more questions, then I think it's enough.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Yan. While waiting for the audience to address questions, I'm wondering about the very, what is it? We know that technology is developing so exponentially, Prof. Is it possible in the future that, for example, a fully automated machine translation can overcome this problem about
Yeah, right. Yeah. So automated translation has been developed very, very rapidly. Yeah. So I still remember 2 decades ago. Yeah. So in 1998. Yeah, 1998, when I became a translator at Jakarta, at Presidential Palace, Jakarta. Then everything should be done in hand, right? Yeah. So you write down in hand, yeah, word by word, sentence by sentence, and so on. So at the time, the president was Pak Harto, and then Pak Harto was digulingkan by yeah, the students, right? Students, and it was replaced by Habibie, and then Habibie was digantikan oleh siapa? Megawati, right? Yeah. So I was working for 3 presidents at that time. Yeah. And then there is no automatic translation. Yeah. Yeah. So 2 decades ago. Yeah, there is no automated translation, and everything should be done in hand, right? Yeah, at the time I was working together with siapa ya? Ya, oke, orang UI ya. So siapanya? Okay, just forget it. Yeah, because he's already almarhum. Yeah, okay. Ya, Asim Gunarwan sebenarnya namanya. Yeah. Okay. And at that time, everything should be done in hand. And that is why we can feel, yeah, we can feel the intention. We can feel who the sender is. We can feel who the receiver is, and so on. So the 8 extra textual factors are considered very, very clearly, right? But then, since the replacement of human translation to automated translation, and then they just they just rely the translation on machine, Google machine. And from the year 2000 something up to this time, then there is a very, very rapid improvement of the translation. Now we can translate almost everything, and it is close to perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So for example, in my examples, just now, I could see that in order to trim the text, it's very clear. It's very easy. Yeah, just because the Google translation machine is now becoming perfect. Yeah, right. Yeah. So don't be reluctant to translate using Google translation machine because it is already very, very good, and it covers almost the whole things of the source text. Yeah, that is in Indonesian. Yeah. Yang tidak bisa dicakup is mistakes, grammatical mistakes in Indonesian. Yeah, so sentences without subject, sentences without verb, and so on. Yeah, they just rely on it. Yeah, so if a sentence is without verb, then it is translated into a phrase rather than a sentence. Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So teaching translation becomes easier. Yeah. And then you see when I teach them translation, I do not suggest them to use machine translation, but they automatically use machine translation, and I could identify the results. Right? Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's the case. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you
Thank you. All
for
right.
the explanation, very clear explanation. And now Ibu Famala Eka is raising her hand. So please just directly address your question, Ibu Famala. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Sri Wahyu, for the time and occasion. Good evening, Prof. Prof. Yan. I'm sorry I cannot open my camera. It's broken.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. No worries. Yeah.
Okay. So my question is related to what you have mentioned before, that the problem in source text that they have ineffective structures, or the sentence is not good. We cannot recognize what is the sentence mean, and then if we put it in Google Translate, it will be very different with what we want to say actually. And then it comes to the translator. The problem we face is that if the sentences or if the text is not in our in our expertise, so how we can trim? We need to, like you said before, we need to trim, or we need to correct their sentences before we translate it, because sometimes the sentence itself is not good structured in Indonesia. So do you have any tips or tricks how because we sometimes we have so many broader expertise that we need to translate. We don't have enough knowledge about it. But for example, for medical or specific technical terms, how should we translate it without what is that, sufficient knowledge? Prof, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Yeah, there are 3 points or 3 aspects that we need to consider when we are translating something. Yeah, so first aspect is language form. Yeah, language form. As you told us. Yeah, they're dealing with language form, right? Yeah, there are sentences which are dangling sentences. Yeah, use of words, use of expressions, and so on. Yeah, which I told you that it needs trimming. Second one is contents. Yeah, contents. Yeah, so form, contents. Yeah. Well, translator is not an angel. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So for example, I am just a linguist. Yeah, I'm just a linguist and translation theorist. Yeah, but when someone come to me and then he gave me a text in Bahasa Indonesia, and the text is about, for example, about economy. It is okay, a bit easy. Yeah, it is technical terms, techniques. Yeah, the text in technology. Yeah, it is more difficult. Computer, it is more difficult. And then how can we deal with such contents, right? And then there is no other words than learning, studying, reading and reading and reading. Yeah, and try to find out the sources of knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, so oftentimes we come across words or terminology which we have never found before, and in order to understand the meaning and in order to show the real translation of the text, then we've got to consult dictionaries, consult encyclopedia, consult thesaurus and so on. So we have to try. Yeah, so don't give up. We try your best to know if a meaning can be expressed in one language, it should be able to be expressed in another language. Okay, so that's the motto of a translator. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there is no expression that cannot be translated. Every sentence, every expression can be translated equally well. Yeah. Okay. And then what is the second point? Yeah, I forget the second point. Yeah.
I think
Okay. So
that's all. Yeah. Thank you, Prof, for
okay.
the
Yeah.
well explanation.
Oh, sorry. There's one more. So first is form. Second is contents. The third is function, right? Yeah. There are 3 points. Yeah, 3 aspects of translations. Yeah. One is form, that is dealing with the language. We have to master. Yeah, both the form of the target text, target language, and source language. And second one is about the contents. We have to master the contents, yeah, which are expressed in using the language. And third one is the function of the text. Yeah, we should also try to understand the function of the text. What is the text used for? Right? Yeah. For children, is different from text that is supposed for adults. Text which are supposed for uneducated people is different from text which are supposed for educated people, and so on. Right. So form, content, and function, they are very important. Right? Okay. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, Bu Sri Wahyuni,
Okay.
for the time.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Famala, for the question. Thank you, Prof. Yan. Well, Prof. Yan and respected audience, it is already 4:30 and the time for the session is over. Well, before we end the session, I think the message of this talk is that before translating, it is essential that we trim the source text, in particular Indonesian source text. Okay. And it is also suggested that we do not only use the FAMT or fully automated machine translation, but we are very suggested to use HAMT, and also MAHT. Yeah. Okay, so I think that this is the end of our session. Thank you very much, Professor Yan, for this very insightful
You're
talk.
welcome.
Okay, and thank you very much for respected audience for joining this session and nice discussion. Okay, so I'd like to hand over the time to Ibu Kirindra, the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, moderator, Ibu Dr. Sri Wahyuni, and also Professor Yanuaris Mucianto. Thank you very much, sir. And also,
You're
would like
welcome.
to present this certificate for Professor Yan. So thank you very much for joining us this very late afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for the certificate.
So later we will email it to you, yeah, Pak. Yeah.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you very much, and hopefully, I'm able to come again for the other ELTLT to present something.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you
Sure,
very much.
sir. And Bapak Ibu, next week, I'm sorry, next, tomorrow, tomorrow we'll have sessions with other plenary speakers. So please join us at 7. We will open the Zoom account at 7, but we will start the event at 7:30 tomorrow morning with Professor Abdurrahman Faridi as our first speaker. And then after that, we'll also have Dr. Gretchen from Michigan University to lead the plenary sessions for the next plenary sessions. So we will be meeting again tomorrow. Before we end this, let us take a photo together. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Hang on.
Okay, Pak. Okay, 1, 2, 3 again.
Hang on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Which one is it? Hilang malah. Yeah. Okay.
It's okay,
Right,
Pak. I will send it to you.
Okay. Yeah. Just send one to me. Yeah. Thank you very much for that.
Yes. Thank you very much. And also, Bapak Ibu, for the participants, you can fill in the participant form. But for the presenters, we have no attendance form for you because we take every presence of the presenter manually. So thank you very much, and we hope to see you again at 7:30 tomorrow morning with the third plenary session. Thank you very much and good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Prof. Yan.
See you tomorrow.
Everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you too.